I'd like to call the governing board meeting for Monday, January 27th for Liberty Elementary School District February 27th, 2023 governing board meeting to order here at the Jerry Roby District Facility in Buckeye, Arizona. All board members are present, including Board Member Parks, Board Member Aguirre, Board Member Bixler, Board Member Aguirre, and myself, Michael Todd. Sorry, what? Sorry, Board Member Kenyon, my apologies. Next on our agenda will be approve the regular agenda.
Mr. President, I move that we approve the regular agenda consistent with board policy BEDB and temporarily suspend governing board policy with which this agenda may be inconsistent.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. When I call your name, please specify your vote. Board Member Parks?
Aye.
Board Member Aguirre?
Yes.
Board Member Bixler?
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon?
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We will show that passed 5 yes, 0 no. Next on the agenda is item 1.3, the Pledge of Allegiance. Board Member Bixler, could you please lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our next item on the agenda will be item 2.1, which will be Bond, Division of School Facilities and Adjacent Ways Budget Capacity for School Number 8. Ms. Stickler.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board, and public. Thank you for joining us all tonight. We would like to provide you with an overview of our bond, Division of School Facilities and Adjacent Waste spending, and discussion of possible next steps. Good. I apologize. The ending balance row at the top of this slide represents initial calculations of adjacent waste that I will discuss in a future slide. Our initial approved funding for school number 8 with the Division of School Facilities was $291.96 a square foot for a total of approximately $21.6 million in funding. With the 7.27% increase applied as recommended by the JLBC at its meeting on December 13th, the square foot amount increased to $313.19 a square foot and was ultimately approved by the Division of School Facilities on December 15th. This is an additional funding amount of $1.5 million. Apologize, went too far. This is simply a snapshot of the information from the voter pamphlet for the bond authorization in 2019 of the $49.8 million that was authorized. $42.9 million in non-administrative purposes and $6.9 million in administrative purposes. Here we have a brief overview of the bond authorization of the $49.8 million authorized. $40.4 million for construction, remodeling, furniture, technology and equipment, or safety security projects. $2.4 million to pupil transportation, and $6.9 million for the construction of the transportation facility. Internally, the district set aside funds for technology plan spending and deferred maintenance. We have remaining $2.4 million for technology and $3.5 million for deferred maintenance. This slide is a representation of the overall planned bond spending. While we are in the construction phase of Blue Horizons, legislation included an increase in allocation per square foot. This reduced the district's responsibility for construction of Blue Horizons by $7.9 million, and due to a deductive change order for Blue, the district has an additional $308,000 bond capacity to assist with the construction of school number 8. We also have an additional bond sale this fall of approximately $3.2 million from the original authorization. The total bond funds available for new construction is approximately $11.4 million. Again, the amount approved from the Division of School Facilities is $23.1 million, a cost of $313.19 per square foot. Utilizing Division of School Facilities and District Bond Funds, we have $34.5 million available for school number 8. Using today's projections and market comparisons for construction, we would need approximately $425 per square foot for construction for a total need of $31.4 million for construction only for school number 8. Perfect, you say? No, not quite. This is a representation for the total funding for school number 8. So we have $31.4 million for construction, and utilizing Division of School Facilities percentages to allocate for soft cost, we actually need $37.7 million for completion of school number 8. You can see that we are approximately $3.1 million short, so the question is, how do we make up the difference? Let's move on to adjacent ways. This funding source is used to account for special property tax assessments to be used for constructing, maintaining, or otherwise improving any public way adjacent to any parcel of land owned by the school district or leased for school purposes by the school district. Due to known upcoming construction projects, the district increased the adjacent ways tax levy in fiscal year 2022-2023 to $925,000 and currently plans to maintain this amount for the upcoming fiscal years. The estimated expenses for fiscal year 2023 are for the street improvements such as curbs, gutters, sidewalks, street lighting, and power relocation on Liberty Road. For fiscal year 2024, the estimated expenses are also for similar street improvements and ingress-egress for the transportation facility, as well as school number 8. School number 8 is the estimated expenses in the columns for fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025. You can see the amount we have raised in taxes versus the estimated amounts we will need for expenses puts us short-funded. Unfortunately, we are not allowed to use bond funds for any of the items that categorize in adjacent ways. We can maintain the adjacent ways tax levy at $925,000 for the upcoming years and be creative in street improvements, or we can increase the adjacent ways tax levy to a larger amount with a minimal effect to taxpayers, a decision that will need to be made soon. So what do we do to assist with the $3.1 million shortfall for completion of school number 8 at the estimated cost of $425 per square foot? We have paid for and are expecting a detailed evaluation of our capital needs for the upcoming years in March or April. Some questions to think about. Do we reallocate the use of funds already planned for deferred maintenance of $3.5 million and technology renewal of $2.4 million? Do we postpone the purchase of student transportation vehicles that we have not already issued a purchase order for, keeping in mind the manufacturing timeframe is 18 to 24 months? Do we begin planning for a new school opening for the 2024-2025 school year and build school number 8 with the funding available from the Division of School Facilities and fill our new campus with used furniture? Do we delay the construction of school number 8 until the fall of 2025? Do we gear up in May 2023 to go to our voters for approval in the fall of 2024 for a bond authorization with receipt of funds in the spring of 2025 if the authorization passes? Do we postpone a bond authorization approval until the fall of 2025 and limit our open enrollment numbers at our northern schools for a year, or all schools, keeping our fingers crossed the authorization passes? At the same time, we need to consider what we are going to do with adjacent waste funding to ensure we have funds available for those items mentioned in the coming years. We have many questions to answer, and the time frame to answer those questions gets shorter and shorter. Thank you. You have any questions?
Members, any questions?
I had a question.
Please go.
What does administration recommend?
To the extent possible, if we are able to do the new construction with funding we have without having to go to our voters, I mean, that's the best stewardship of our dollars. We have a nice opportunity with the $7 million. Essentially, we got more from school facilities than we were expecting, so that helps. We have specifically not spent down those funds to give the district the most options, right, to see what was going to transpire. What has happened is the rising construction costs that put us farther away than we thought we would be at this point. The other opportunity you saw in the budget was the $300,000 return Chase Building Team and coming in below the GMP, so we got those dollars back. So you put those two things together. I think either way, no matter what, we're going to have to go out for a new bond. So I think that goes without saying. If we were able to defer or postpone the construction of this school by 1 year, it helps us in a couple of ways. One is that our maintenance and operations budget to staff the school, we're in a much better position of not having to use heavy reliance on reserve funding for that. So that would be one good reason not to open in for the 24-25 school year. If we were constructing right now, today, given the long lead time on some items, we're told that we'd be hard pressed to open by August 24 anyway. So you put those two things together, I think we really are looking probably at an open of August 25. Additionally, we've been looking at the enrollment and the overall capacity room by room, particularly at Blue Horizons. If we monitor carefully our open enrollment and at the capacity we have right now, if it came in and filled perfectly evenly, we think that there is a way to make it for 2 more years. I do not believe the district can make it 3 years. So I think we have to have a plan in place to open no later than August 25 for that. So you put all that together, if we still have a shortfall in overall dollars, I think Beth laid out a couple of good options. One, it will be opening as a smaller school. So I think there is an opportunity to spend a little bit less in the first year on furniture and equipment. There's some things that are new for the school you have to have. You can't use, there's no new scoreboard for the multipurpose room, right? You got to buy that new. Might we have some excess furniture for moving some children from Blue Horizons, which is new furniture, over there? So could we be smart about that? Yes, we could. Do we have a lot of 25-year-old furniture in our warehouse right now? We do. I don't recommend putting that anywhere but public auction. I just ask Estrella Mountain about that. The bus transportation, I think that would be the last thing that I would give up because of the safety of buses and the long lead time. We are so far behind what we need for transportation. So really, what does that leave you? It leaves you shortchanging somehow deferred maintenance. Certainly the most critical things, we can do building renewal grants through SFB, but it will not take care of asphalt in driveways. It will not take care of paint, all the things that that need to be repaired that School Facilities Board will not cover. So no matter what, I think you're looking at a bond. It really comes down to a decision of whether that is this next November or the following November. And talking with our consultant with the override, the best recommendation is not to go out here in November, that the conditions for an election are probably in the district's best favor by a year from November. But even if you delay the school by a year from what was originally planned, you still have a shortfall and a stretch. So you get a new bond gets approved in November, you won't be able to, the bond sale, the soonest that will happen will be March or April of this following spring. So receipt of funds sometime perhaps between May and June. So it's going to be tight, much like a miracle it was to get Blue Horizons in and out the door and Liberty simultaneously. All the conditions are going to have to be right on this. On top of that, the land issues are significant. The developers are now, they've completely stalled. So some of those expenses to get that land to construct on now would be some things that could very well become at our expense that the developers would have paid for if they were developing it. That could add on to your adjacent ways cost. Beth, I believe you budgeted for $1.5 million, which is higher than what we did for Blue Horizons, knowing where we were condition-wise. We do not yet have an estimate of what that would be, but I suspect that it's going to be much larger than $1.5 million. And if you're there, I don't think it's going to be possible to pull all this together if we don't have a land site. So then that puts you in an alternate option of building in the southern part of the district where we do have a piece of land with the developers ready to go in the Montecito area, but that is not where our population, the greatest need is. So there are some complex issues here. I just wanted to make sure that the board understood clearly all of both the financial, the land, the school facilities, all those pieces coming together to be fully apprised.
Mr. President, I do have a couple quick questions. The estimate for the construction of the school, I realize, is smaller in scale, so it won't be as big as some of the schools we have. So by virtue of that, it would cost less. But if we were to, so the estimate that you are giving us as far as the cost of building a school would be building another K-8 school, is that correct?
That is what we're approved by the School Facilities Board to build, is a K-8 school. We don't have approval for anything but
I
a
see.
K-8
So if we
school.
wanted to go for something like a secondary school, maybe a 7th, 8th grade high school prep center, I'm guessing, in my experience, a secondary school costs more to build.
Typically, it does because it requires more specialized facilities. So when you add on a classroom wing is probably the least expensive part of the construction, whereas let's say a gymnasium or multi-purpose room or some type of performing arts facility, those things are more expensive, a higher cost per square foot to build. A middle school.
And that's because the expectation is that it's going to be used differently than in an elementary or primary setting, correct?
Correct. And they also typically require more land than a typical elementary, because of the fields and that sort of thing. And you would also be considering location that would be conducive for that.
And we'd still have to go back and get approval for secondary schools, but we've already got one for the K-8.
Correct.
Thank you.
Members, any additional questions?
Yeah, sorry. Looking at what was left over from Blue Horizons on that 308,000, what happens to that if that doesn't get used? Can that be used for deferred maintenance or anything else, or is that specifically for construction?
It fell under the category of construction, renovation, building new facilities, so it could be used for that. However, in our plan, we've got it already categorized for school, so we have that additional money to help us with that cost.
My thought with that was if we're going to push the building out a year, is there a time frame on that when that expires? And if we don't use it, we lose it, or can we hold on to that and plan on it for the new building?
We have a timeline for the bond expense to utilize all of the expenses in the bond, but we're within that window.
Okay, thank you.
Just have one question. Has there been any consideration to, and I don't even know if it's possible, but maybe scale back what we're talking about with the transportation facility for the time being and change phases of that? Maybe do a 4-phase instead of a 3-phase or something of that nature?
So within our bond capacity, we have 6.9. We don't know how much that transportation facility is going to cost us at this point. We haven't made it that far yet.
We have the ability from the bond, kind of plus or minus 10% of what we told our voters we would spend on that. So with all things, to be have integrity with our voters, we just need to stay within that range, if you will.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Okay, hearing none, we'll move to our governing board report. We'll switch it up. Board Member Kenyon, would you like to go first?
Mr. Todd, before you move on, is there any direction you would like to give administration to begin to pursue our thinking? Because we have been kind of holding tight to the purse strings, if you will, on deferred maintenance and future spending. So if the board is interested in us hanging on to these dollars for the new construction, we would want to know that. And also, if you wanted to continue to have conversation, perhaps for a new bond election in November, administration is going to need some time to prepare and be prepared for that thinking if that's an interest of the board.
Yeah, thank you for that. I personally, I do think that with all the challenges that are out there, especially, I mean, even the land, right? We don't have any land right now for that. I mean, we're looking at it, but it's not really there. It doesn't look like we're going to be able to fast track a campus to open at the beginning of next year. You know, from what I can see, it just looks like it's better to hold on, prepare. We are going to have to build. I mean, obviously Buckeye is Goodyear. It's just exploding in growth. So we are going to have to build, but we have to do it wisely and really take the time to prepare for it. So that's my
So are you thinking wait till after bond for the full dollars and continue to use how this remaining bonds dollars were originally scheduled, or to try to pull back and utilize those for new construction? That's kind of the question here.
Dr. Suff, do we still have some portable buildings sitting around?
We have some that are no longer good for children to be using.
And you think if everything falls right, we'll be able to house all the children at Blue Horizons?
It will be tight. I think I can't even look Mrs. Sanchez in the face right now as I say this because it won't be comfortable.
I don't want to look at Miss Sanchez either. So.
I would say, though, I don't think it will be as uncomfortable as it was when they were K5 waiting for that extra wing. That's about as much discomfort as could possibly be. I think you've lived through the worst of it.
Well, knowing that we potentially could wait until 25, I agree that seems like the best plan at this point.
That will still require saving every single dollar and not spending it on deferred maintenance, but not new technology. So some of the expansion, you would see some of the renewal of technology devices for children. So nothing goes without consequence. So it's just understand if the overall direction from the governing board is try to hang on to what we can and maybe only have a small shortfall, couple $1 million, that's a small shortfall, going into a bond, then that, the district can maintain that course. And that is the course we've tried to stay on. So we can maintain that and still try to give the board as many options as possible. I'm not hearing from anyone a strong interest to go after a new bond this coming November. Still thinking to wait till the following November? All right. Does that help you, Ms. Strickler, for what you need?
So for me, I wonder if it might be advantageous for us to really start taking a look at adding on to the current billings that we have to postpone having to go out right away for a bond that similar to what we did at Las Brisas, with the way that construction costs are just for a building itself, that we might be able to meet some of our capacity issues if we look into that. I know that's not the ideal thing, but I think given the way that the economy is right now, I don't see construction inflation coming down at all. I'm looking to the GCs and they're nodding their head too, because we both understand what's happening right now. But I think that helps with making things a little less uncomfortable by doing that.
That impacts how the district might or might not qualify for a new facility, but if you don't think you're going to be able to pull it off in time anyway, that does provide the needed attention, as long as we don't overbuild a school for an area that will be potentially declining within 4 to 5 years. But Ms. Strickler will follow up with school facilities to just as an option of what that impact would be and consideration for.
Yeah, what does this look like if we build a wing here versus don't build a wing over in this, as far as for the SFB square footage population?
Okay.
Thank you.
I have just one quick question. I was looking at CFR. It looks like we have some carryover funds that might be available. Have we looked into using any of those as an option?
CFR. Can you say more what that is?
Carryover is pretty significant in payroll. So I was just looking at the budgeting on the governor or on the state side, and it doesn't give a value of dollars, but it looks like there's a percentage in there that might be available. I know we need to keep some funds, but my question is there anything in there that we can, the risk of using Rob, but is there anything in we can use as we continue to carry those over year?
There's certainly an opportunity. I don't know that there's $3 million worth of opportunity, but there's some, as you know, there needs to be some in there for use of when you aren't getting funds, and you have to be able to carry the district, so you're aware of that. And the interest for your ratings on bonds to be able to qualify for new loans, or sale of bonds, not loans. I'm thinking like a homeowner here. So yes, we'll list that down as a consideration to bring back.
Thank you.
Some options.
I have one question. Could you perhaps update the board in a future board update on the deferred maintenance list? What we have deferred and what we're looking at? Because much to Board Member Aguirre's comment and the shaking of our contractors, the cost of construction as a whole is going up, and pretty much everything in deferred maintenance is there. So sometimes putting that off costs more. You hear a little clunk in your car, you keep driving, before long you're replacing an engine versus an oil pump. So
I think you can expect probably, I would guess, in April. The district has contracted to have a complete facilities overview of the district to provide us what the needs are, and within that would tell us 5-10 years out also what we can expect year over year of what some of those maintenance issues may need to be. So that would be a full report for the governing board, and that would probably be the best analysis of that with costs associated with it.
thank you.
I'd throw one more in there, I apologize. Along kind of with what Board Member Aguirre was saying, thinking about if we're gonna hold off on building for another year, knowing that Ms. Sanchez has a lot of kids in that school and she may have a lot more. Has the district thought about redistricting again and kind of seeing, maybe, I know a lot of students from Liberty moved up to Blue Horizons, maybe that line just moves a little bit, just brainstorming how we manage if we get a whole bunch of, young families moving in the district, so.
Dr. Sloat and I, and primarily Dr. Sloat, has looked extensively at that, at what some of the options are. If we had to move past this 2-year mark, we do have some options as laid out as kind of an option A and option B that could support that model. But if this up to the 2 years, unless things drastically change, right now we're expected around a 2% growth for this year, and is it 4 to 6% in future years? If that was to change, within a year's time, we could go into some of those backup plans. So yes, there's some on the table.
Members, anything else? Okay, hearing none, now we can move over to our governing board report, and Board Member Kenyon will let you start it off.
On February 15th, I got to go over to the Estrella Mountain Kinder first grade performance, the Cuckoo, and that was a lot of fun. Miss Landish did an excellent job. There was probably 60, 70 kids out there dancing on the floor, just kindergarten first graders. One person leading them. She had her work cut out for her, but it turned out amazing. I was surprised at how well all those kids were synced and coordinated, and she had them rotating through, so every kid got a chance to be at the front. It was just really, really good performance. And then after that, I ended up leaving over and going over to McTeacher Night for the West Star over at the McDonald's there, and that was really nice seeing how many staff were there, how many parents came through with their kids. It was just a really good evening. The next day, February is all about, Valentine's Day, right? So February 16th, I got to take my 3 little girls to Liberty's daddy-daughter dance, and that was wonderful as well. Anytime I can get, especially my 7th grader, to come be near her dad, that's always a good thing. And so we had a lot of fun, me and a couple of their dads, we just made a night of it, embarrassing our kids, and that's what we do. So it was a really good time, so that's what I have.
I also had the opportunity to go over to the first and kinder musical performance. I agree. It was amazing just to watch the orchestration of how everything went, moving the kids in a specific pattern and making sure they all got a chance to move around. It was incredible to watch the movement that was going on there. But what really struck me was those were the littlest people I'd ever seen standing up in front of a large group of people reading out loud. And they did it with total confidence. What that tells you is that those kids trust this program, they trust the school, and more importantly, they trust that teacher. That was really well done. Second place I got to go to was to the, we did a walking tour of Las Brisas. And first of all, I want to thank our tour guides, Maggie and Dawson. Great job. I do need to apologize to Dawson. When they first introduced themselves at the beginning of this adventure, I thought that he said his name was Johnson, so I called him Johnson the entire time. And he was kind enough to this very old person and didn't correct me. So Dawson, I'm sorry, I gave your name wrong, so from now on I will remember as Dawson. But we had, I can't thank Ms. Shearer enough for letting us go into some secondary classrooms. We went into some 7th and 8th grade classrooms, and more specifically, we went into an 8th grade history classroom. These are my peeps. This is my thing. And it was exciting. It was so good to be in there. They were talking about the Monroe Doctrine, the building of the Panama Canal, Teddy Roosevelt, all really cool things. You know, malaria. Oh, it was great. And more than that, what happened in that room was, first of all, the teacher asked the students to predict. Predict. That is a very high-level thinking skill. And then later on, she used a primary source. And what the primary source was a political cartoon. You've probably all seen it. It was in the New Yorker. And it was Teddy Roosevelt with a big club, and it says Trust Buster on it. This is a classic political cartoon. What she was asking the students to do was to analyze this cartoon. Primary source, analyze. This is all really, really good stuff going on in that classroom. It was amazing. Now, there's a lot of you here, I'm going to tell you a joke, and this is for our educators. You probably have heard this one before, but there was a group of administrators, and they were looking to hire a coach to teach social studies. And so they were interviewing this coach, and they asked the coach, says, how much did you depend on primary sources? And the coach said, well, primary sources, I only do high school. All the educators got that. Anyway, it was an exciting trip over there. We saw a lot of good things. But as good as everything I saw, the thing that really, really, really impressed me the most was watching Dr. Suff engaging with the students. Whether it was primary, she got on the floor with them. Whether it was secondary, she sat next to them. And in a very meaningful way, engaged those students in an academic conversation. I am going to miss that.
Tough act to follow. So what I did is I followed through with what I talked about last year that I hope my fellow governing board members voluntarily do. And I went ahead and got fingerprinted, and my background check is on its way, so that I am just like all the educators and volunteers that you know that I've gone through the same thing that you have. Thank you.
Well, I also got to tour Las Brisas and enjoyed Dawson and Maggie's. They were wonderful tour guides. Maggie's a little soft-spoken. I had to kind of, peek up or, go up to her a little bit, but she was a great guide. I'm just going to leave it to one thing because, Paul kind of covered most of it. The new science program that this board just approved, I got to watch the pilot program. We're in good hands. This is a good program. So, thank you.
Well, no matter what side of this bench I sit on, I have to follow Board Member Bixler and Board Member Aguirre. I said what I say all the time. It's a tough act to follow. But I, too, got to enjoy the cuckoo over at Estrella and Miss Landash, once again, if you've got tickets to a performance on Broadway, save the money. Come to the school. She probably would accept a tip. I don't know, but she deserves it. That's for sure. I can't really say anything more than what Board Member Bixler said about it. Phenomenal, fun. You walk out of there and you're just impressed with what's happening. And we're thankful that the override passed because those programs would have been cut without. So, what a great job. I did get to head over to the McTeacher night, and I feel like maybe I should file a police report because they got me. They drained my pocket. I bought a lot of apple pies, but it was for a good cause, and we passed those out freely to people that were there. So it was fun. I guess I'll need to bring more money next time, but it was a great event. And then also got to attend the Las Brisas tour, and Maggie and Dawson. What a great job. Dawson has performed. We've seen him in a lot of events over the years at this school, and just a great performance. So. And I would agree with Board Member Bixler, the Spanish immersion that we saw. They're teaching math in Spanish. I have a hard enough time doing math in English with somebody else doing it for me, and they do that in Spanish, so it's phenomenal. The 8th grade history, Board Member Bixler touched on as well. What I thought was most impressive of that too is they were piloting new materials. So it's new to the teacher as well, and so imagine standing before a bunch of curious 8th graders who are not afraid to ask questions. And then trying to get through the pilot material. No matter how many preps you've done, there's not enough prep time, and it's new all the way through. So it was great to see that moving, and it seemed, we'll wait for feedback, but it seemed like it was pretty approachable. It flowed well, and what a great job the staff did there. So thank you to the administration over at that campus and the students and staff that let us into their classrooms. It was a very, very beneficial time. That concludes our public comment. Next will be item 4.1, which will be guidelines for public comment. We will just take these in order. I will ask if you have submitted one, please stand up and just get in line, and we'll call your name in the order that they were given to me. And we'll ask you to keep it to 3 minutes. At 3 minutes, please step away. We've got a lot of business to do tonight, and we've got a lot of agendas. Our first person up will be Allison Ryan Bagley. Sorry, Ryle.
Ready?
You can start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Board, my name is Allison Ryle Bagley. This is my 5th year at Westar Elementary School as a 6th grade mathematics teacher. Struggling with math, come to my room. We have a lot of critical thinking, problem-solve skills that we work on daily. I am highly concerned at the actions of some of our board members as I feel that you are following, I don't know if it's some sort of power play, if it is some sort of Salem witch hunt, but critical thinking is not taking place, and I am highly concerned. I brought with me a copy of my returning offer to come back as a mathematics teacher for Westar. I also brought with me my resignation letter, and I am yet to figure out which one I'm going to do. If you know me, you know I love my students, our students. I'm seeing on social media floating around all sorts of crazy. I've also seen from the Freedom of Information Act emails of really sneaky sounding things. And if you think I'm not a conservative, you have me wrong. Some of what is being said about what staff is doing or teaching, what teachers are doing, is so far wrong. What you have taken away from this district by removing Dr. Sheff or allowing her to resign. So you took her away, and now I'm reading the Bogart issue. If he is not at Westar, I'm not either. That is all I have to say.
Our next speaker will be Denise Murphy.
Good evening, Governing Board. My name is Denise Murphy. I have been in education for 28 years, 10 in this district, and never have I been more embarrassed, ashamed, or insulted by a governing board. In the past several weeks, we've learned that some board members have been engaged in this imaginary war against woke culture in our district. The casualties of this war are unfortunately the most talented and dedicated administration we've ever had. The much needed professional development of us, the teachers, and ultimately the students. First, we're accused of indoctrinating children by some social media influencer whose only motivation is likes and followers, all without a single shred of evidence. The baseless accusation only fueled these board members' belief that they're doing the right thing. The board members then told us they are changing the vision to be focused on teachers first, and then almost immediately started undermining them. When teachers started figuring out what was happening, we started speaking up. We were then told we were misinformed or spreading misinformation, etc. And it was only through the FOIA requests that we realized we had been lied to repeatedly. And the hits just keep coming, as I have received messages where a board member said, and I quote, "Educators are the worst at getting facts and instead pop off like a bunch of fools who know nothing. And nothing worse than a bunch of uneducated educators." Really nice. Your delusion, lies, misguided attacks, and clear incompetence as it relates to education has only hurt this district and its students. When all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And Mr. Bogart is the next one on their list. Mr. Bogart has already announced his retirement effective the end of next year, but some of these members can't think of anything more important than making sure this man, who has dedicated 30 years of his life to this district, isn't able to work one more. To be clear, I agree that woke ideology, critical race theory, and gender-affirming curriculum have no place in education, and the second you tell me I have to teach it, peace out, I'm not doing it. But political partisans motivated by ideology and dogma, they're the real threat. If the distrust and hostile work environment created by these board members is not enough to warrant their resignation or recall, the sheer magnitude of lies and insults to teachers, fellow board members, and the community should be. Diversity of thought is a good thing. We need
Next will be Vicki Johnson.
Good evening. My name is Vicki Johnson. This is my 21st year as a teacher at Rainbow Valley Elementary, which is a leadership school. Dr. Stephen Covey, an expert in that field, defines leadership as communicating to people their worth and potential so clearly that they come to see it in themselves. That's an explanation, though, of servant leadership, which is said to begin with the natural feeling that one wants to serve first, and then the conscious choice brings one to aspire to lead, to expand your circle of influence. That person is sharply different from one who is the leader first, perhaps because of their need to satisfy an unusually strong drive for power or self-importance. One would hope that in a civic organization such as a school board, servant leadership would dominate. In contrast, though, let me share the writings of some of our school board members. In an email dated January 26th, Mr. Park stated that, quote, "We flipped the board this election and we just got the superintendent to resign." When this message was made public and posted online, he responded that his language is inappropriate, that he was boasting, and that his ego got the best of him. Quote, "I deeply apologize for my language." Those of us who have worked with children for a while recognize his words for what they are, an explanation, not an apology. He's not sorry for what he said. He's sorry that he got called out. In an email exchange between Ms. Benson of Turning Point USA, Mr. Parks, and Mr. Todd, in which Mr. Todd's resignation was brought forth, he said that, quote, "This isn't good enough. I'm done. This is actually worse than having a profile. My name and face still appear on the bad list, as does yours." Leadership mindset? Let's look at words. After last week's shameful board meeting, Mr. Todd took the time to speak with a small group of teachers, which we greatly appreciated, addressing our concerns. At one point, a question regarding relationships with former staff members came up. He smiled, and response was, "If the rumors of all the people I've slept with in this district were true, some of you ladies might be on the list." Not an appropriate response. At the February 13th board meeting, Mr. Kenyon voted yes on a motion to provide assistant principals and a needed coach at Blue Horizons, only to request last week that it be brought back for review tonight. Why would he bring it back for discussion unless he plans to change his vote? It makes one wonder if he's voting what he believes or if someone else is pulling his strings. Now, I know that if I was to use the blanket statement to describe the board as ignorant, uninformed, self-important, that would be unfair, untrue, and statistically unlikely. In the same way, to say that the principals as a group are lazy and don't work nearly as hard as teachers is statistically unlikely as well, especially since last year the board removed 2 principals. So one would think the quality would be even higher as their replacements would better meet their criteria. As I walked onto our campus this morning, I saw Mrs. Cagle emptying the trash cans. I know that she sweeps our gym every weekend after the church rents our facility. I saw Ms. Sanchez's leadership in the 3rd and 4th grade Math Challenge students that they did. There is leadership going on. I ask you to think about the children and not yourselves.
Next will be Kelly Zimmerman.
As a taxpayer and parent in this district, I have some concerns about the new board leadership that took over as of January 2nd, 2023. There are many important qualities for board members. I'm just going to discuss a few tonight due to time constraints. The first is transparency. I believe the board has failed to be transparent in the last 2 months in several ways. Emails obtained through the Freedom of Information Act show that what the board said in regard to the superintendent's resignation was very different in public versus what they said behind closed doors. Emails also show that at least 2 board members have met with a company to assist in the hiring of an assistant superintendent. However, the procurement of companies to assist in such search are not even being discussed until tonight, and in executive session, no less. The new board leadership has met in executive session, counting tonight's sessions, 12 times in the last 2 months. Why does this board feel the need to go into executive session so much and not discuss things in front of the stakeholders of this community as they should? The last time this school district saw a change of superintendents, the board only went into executive session 8 times in a span of 3 months. Let's talk about another quality, creating a good work environment for staff. The board has created fear among teachers and administrators that their jobs are not secure, when the board's only employee is the superintendent. And therefore, no teacher or administrator should be concerned that the board would overstep their authority and not follow the recommendation of district leadership for renewals, as they are their evaluators, not the board. This board has also publicly criticized the teachers' lesson on social media. This does not create a sense of trust between the board and the teachers. Finally, fiscal responsibility to taxpayers. This board has failed at being fiscally responsible in several ways. One, by getting the superintendent to resign and facilitating an expedited separation agreement due to the board's wishes. This means we would have to pay out the superintendent's contract as well as pay an interim superintendent once they are hired. Taxpayers are now paying a superintendent twice for the same time period when Dr. Schuff was willing to finish out the school year and help with a smooth transition to the next superintendent. Secondly, by going into executive session excessively and unnecessarily over the past 2 months, the board's attorney must be present in these sessions, and the taxpayers end up paying for the attorney's time she is in executive session with the board. Finally, the board continues to go in executive session over the procurement of the new transportation facility, even though the process in choosing of a company is outlined in state statute, which the board has no authority to change. Again, wasting taxpayer dollars, spending time talking about something they cannot change. All of this wasted money by the board affects our children. I am calling on Brian Parks and Michael Todd to resign, as they have not demonstrated the characteristics necessary for a board member, and they do not represent liberty.
Our next will be Julie Hout. Julie Hout.
While she's coming to the front, there are seats, folks, if you want to sit down, please.
Mr. President and members of the board, you all know that the special board meeting last Tuesday was contentious amongst the 5 of you. However, regardless of your differences in opinion, it does not warrant Mr. Guire's verbal attack and threats on me and a teacher in this district. It also does not warrant another teacher's verbal attack on me for the way you voted last Tuesday. As I repeatedly said that night, and I will say it again, I had nothing to do with Dr. Shelf's resignation. I didn't even know the special meeting was scheduled until an administrator in the district reached out to me to let me know. I attended the meeting in support of Dr. Shelf. She has turned our district around from where it was just 5 years ago under Dr. Rogers' leadership. Mr. Guire, your verbal attack and threats directed toward me were unwarranted and unprofessional. As an elected public official, I expect you to conduct yourself professionally and without verbal attacks and threats on your constituents. As a board member, one of your jobs is to set policy for the district that is in the best interest for all students. And while you may disagree with your fellow board members, you should not let your anger spill out over to your constituents or teachers in this district. Every time I write to the board to provide input on new ideas or feedback on board agenda items, I provide you all with my phone number for you all to call and discuss the subject matter of my emails. While I receive thoughtful feedback from most of you, I receive, quote, "I received your email," unquote, from Mr. Aguirre. Mr. Aguirre, in the last 5 years that you have been on this board, have you ever reached out to me to discuss anything? The answer would be no. As an involved parent in this district, why is it that you ignore me? As a board member, it is your responsibility to obtain as much input as possible from your stakeholders to help guide you in setting policy, but for some reason you choose to engage with only a few of those stakeholders. I trust that going forward, you will start to engage with all of your stakeholders and that you will never again verbally attack a parent or teacher in this district.
Next up will be Lucia Peace Wingenter. Hope I got that right.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lucia Peace Wingenter, and I go to the same church as Ms. Bixler. I'm a high school senior, and I will be majoring in elementary education next year. I therefore have a great interest in what will be happening in this district. I may even be an employee here eventually. I have always loved Paul's generosity, kindness, service to community, and calm demeanor. I would just like to respond to the comments against Ms. Bixler, and I would like to point out that many of the speakers in the last few months that have been hostile towards Ms. Bixler have said that they are trying to protect children. In doing so, they seem to conflate being trans to pedophilia, which is not accurate. According to psychological science, these two are two totally different concepts. The Merriam-Webster Dictionary states that the definition of being transgender is of relating to or being a person whose gender identity differs from the sex the person had or was identified as having at birth. The same dictionary defines that pedophiles exhibit sexual perversion in which children are the preferred sexual object. Being trans doesn't affect anyone else. By contrast, pedophiles are known to be predators who harm children due to the children being sexualized. Based on this, it is obvious that pedophiles and transgender people are not the same at all and cannot be conflated. Most pedophilic behavior is actually perpetrated by cisgender men, not trans people. Statistically, trans people are more likely to be victims of violence rather than perpetrators. An article from the UCLA School of Law states that transgender people are over 4 times more likely than cisgender people to experience violent victimization, including rape, sexual assault, and aggravated or simple assault. Ms. Bixler has always been and will always be an amazing person, and our church is lucky to have her as part of our community. There's nothing scary about Ms. Bixler, and the children at our church have never seemed frightened by her. As a career educator with 3 decades of experience, this district is lucky to have Ms. Bixler volunteering her time on this governing board. She is an inspirational public servant and a hero who is a good role model for the LGBTQ+ youth in this community. Thank you for your time.
Next will be Tony Reynolds.
Good evening. I'm Tony Reynolds, Principal of Freedom. My comments this evening only represent my own thoughts and should not be attributed to anyone else. As you were shocked to learn the last time I talked to you, I've been in this business 45 years. In that time, I've known 2 superintendents who were true instructional leaders with vision and courage. One of the 2 is Dr. Lori Sheff. Dr. Sheff's knowledge, wisdom, and grace has made me a more effective principal, and I'm privileged to have worked with her. Thank you, Lori. I wish you well, and thank you for all you've done. I was encouraged to read Mr. Todd's letter that the board would be conducting a national search and would involve stakeholders. Dr. Sheff's shoes will be difficult to fill. I was disappointed when the email that Mr. Parks sent to Eric Twist, president of the Arcadia Group, on January 26th was shared with me. In part, it reads, "We just got the superintendent to resign. We're looking for a more conservative superintendent that has experience that will support the classic traditional education model. We need to get rid of SEL, restorative justice, and new age curriculum that is not working." I have some questions regarding this. Is Mr. Parks representing the board in his letter? Did the board intend to get the superintendent to resign? Was this discussed in a public meeting, executive session, or was it a private conversation? Is it the intent of this board to implement a classic traditional educational model? How do you define that? Are we looking at desks and rows, and blackboards? When you're referring to new age curriculum, are you intending as a board to get rid of the curriculum maps that teachers have spent hundreds of hours creating? What does it mean regarding the new science adoption as well as the pilots for math and social studies? In talking about getting rid of SEL, what does that mean regarding the second step curriculum that the board has approved? We've identified that our 5th grade students have a problem with physical aggression and need tools and strategies for conflict resolution. Does this mean we will not be allowed to address this need? Regarding restorative justice, we have implemented reentry conferences with a plan to support the students in making better choices so the behavior that causes suspicion will not reoccur. In fact, 2 of the 3 guides during your last board visit to our school have benefited from this and have turned around negative behaviors. In getting rid of restorative justice, is it your intent to eliminate strategies which have proven to be effective? As a board, I hope you will consider that you represent the entire district and all stakeholders, and not just the people who may be the loudest and may be contacting you outside of public forums. As I encouraged you to do when I was here last, I want you to have processes that allow for all voices to be heard and to respect the process and the recommendations that result.
Soto.
Hi, my name is Bridget Soto, and I have had the pleasure of being an educator for the past 18 years. In my experience as an educator, I have had the opportunity to teach hundreds of students at multiple age levels across different states. Through my extensive education, I have developed and continue to better my craft as an educator to provide all my students with equal opportunities to learn and grow. This means that I am continually looking at evidence-based research to do what is best for my students. A meta-analysis of 213 rigorous SEL studies found on azed.gov shows that students who receive quality SEL demonstrate better academic performance, greater motivation to learn, and more positive behaviors in the classroom. These are qualities that we want for all of our students. You see, I'm not just a teacher who teaches for today, but a teacher who prepares her students for a lifetime of learning and achievements. I am a teacher who connects with her students on such a vast social and emotional level that they genuinely feel and respect that I want what is best for them, whatever their decisions in life may be. Additionally, I understand that it is not one person in one classroom, but a team of parents, teachers, administrators, community, and board members who come together for the betterment of our students based on research, state and federal laws, and not personal opinions. I am a teacher who understands that there is not just one process of learning. A board member recently stated on their Facebook page that students' process of learning isn't all the same way. But I am that teacher who disagrees with this statement, not based on my personal opinion, but based on years of educational research. I invite you to come into my classroom of 5- and 6-year-olds who are developing their language skills, learning how to be respectful, responsible citizens, and discovering how to work as individuals and as a team. I am a general education kindergarten teacher who has students with various needs and learning disabilities, some of which prevent them from learning in all one way. Does a child who is partially deaf learn phonics in the same way that an able hearing child does? What about a child with a severe speech delay? While research on this topic is available, it does not take research to understand that the answer is no. I bring up these points because as a general education teacher, it is my job to discover my students' strengths and weaknesses so that I, with a team of my peers, can develop educational plans that affords the student all the opportunities possible for them to be working to the best of their abilities. These are students who have educational rights under state and federal laws to be in a general education classroom with a group of their peers. I am pleading with you, do not make my job more difficult by taking away our team of support, including instructional coaches, interventionists, assistant principals, as I continue to.
Thank you. Next will be Suzanne McAvoy.
Hi, my name is Suzanne McAvoy. I am a concerned taxpayer, teacher, and parent of children in this district. I am compelled to ask 2 questions of this board tonight. The first is to the triad of Michael Todd, Chris Kenyon, and Brian Parks. What are you up to? It's the question that I ask when my dogs have spent too much time silent in the side yard. My intuition says that you're making bad decisions and nosing through the garbage. Decision 1, pushing out Dr. Sheff. We've all seen the Facebooks claiming it didn't happen that way, acting like you asked her to reconsider to only be thwarted by the email Mr. Parks sent to Eric Twist of Arcadia Education saying, we got the superintendent to resign. This was the first domino of chaos you dropped that is now being felt by teachers and administrators who already signed their contracts for next year under the assumption that our fearless leader, Dr. Sheff, would be captain of the ship. And given Mr. Parks' intention to enlist the assistance of a charter school company in finding our next superintendent, we, parents, teachers, and administrators, are blindsided and rattled by this uncertainty during a time when we should be focused on getting the kids ready for state testing. We have no idea what the new vision of this district is, and therefore no means for reconciling it with our professional and personal values. 9 years ago, my husband and I chose the Litchfield district over Liberty because of the poor district leadership. Under Dr. Sheff and Lindsay Borres as principal of Estrella Elementary School, we decided to bring our children back to their community school. But now we are at crossroads. We went from a leadership that was transparent to a board that conducts their business behind closed doors. Since January 1st, this board, including tonight, has 12 agenda items in executive session. Last year, under Mark Aguirre's leadership, the board went into executive session only 6 times for the whole year. You have not opened the floor for teachers, parents, or community members to seek the values and qualities they would like to have in our next superintendent. You've done quite the opposite search before Dr. Sheff's resignation was approved and shown in Mr. Park's January 26th email in which he reached out to the Arcadia Education to assist the search for our next superintendent. They were founded by the director of the company that ran Great Hearts Charter Schools. Charter school leaders are not experienced in the laws and rules guiding district public schools. Like I said, bad decisions and nosing through garbage, seeking the love and affection of potential campaign funding resources like Goldwater Institute and Freedom Works groups, I'm sure. My second question is, Mr. Parks, who are you? I mean, today, right now, as you sit across from me, who are you? Not who you pretended to be during the election. The empathetic man who wrote that what you see on Facebook on September 25th when he shows kindness towards Miss Bixler. And then, as we've seen in the next picture down on January 18th, you claim Mr., not Miss Bixler, created a circus around a political stance, and he, not she, should resign, and that the board is no place for asserting one's political agenda. Well, that last point is the one thing we agree on, Mr. Parks. It's not a place for a political agenda, and you should take your own advice and resign.
Next should be Carrie Wilmot. Your name's not on here, but your email address is cwilmot@liberty25.org, so I'm guessing that's you.
Good evening, Governing Board. I'm unfortunately here again, but this time I'm speaking for myself and all of the educators in this district. I emailed each of you on the board asking you to rethink your positions on Dr. Shuff. Mr. Parks, you were the first one to get back to me. In his email to me, I quote, "We presented Dr. Shuff the vision and the direction the new leadership was taking the district, and she decided she did not want to participate." End quote. However, in an email obtained by FOIA to a charter school advocate, he said, I quote, "We just got the superintendent to resign." End quote. Further in his email to me, he stated that, I quote, "I assure you this is not politically driven," end quote. In the same email to the charter school advocate, he stated, I quote, "We are looking for a more conservative superintendent that has experience and will support the classic/traditional education model," end quote. Mr. Todd also shares in his politically driven agenda in an email also obtained by FOIA from Mr. Todd to Turning Point USA, a conservative political group, and I quote, "In January, our board turned over a new leaf and has a new direction which your organization should like. I would like to speak to you about this before you publish anything," end quote. Then on social media, Mr. Parks, Mr. Kenyon, and Mr. Todd all said that we are misinformed as to the information we had shared and continue to share. I beg to differ, as the quotes above are clear and concise as to the direction that, at the very least, Mr. Parks and Mr. Todd are after for our district. The reason I am here is that none of you three have shared your vision with any staff. You have asked us to blindly sign our contracts, giving us a 4-day work week in hopes that we fall to your feet and ignore your deception. I call upon you to provide all staff with an outline of your plans for the next 2 years, step by step, so we can all be informed in our decisions for ourselves, our families, and our students. Otherwise, your word holds no value, as we have caught you in several lies over the past couple of weeks. Have transparency with the staff that you claim to appreciate and value. And I might remind you, your contracts have no liquidated damages. Thank you.
Next speaker will be Whitney Brandon.
Like a lot of teachers, like a lot of people at Westar, and teachers specifically, I wear 2 hats. I'm a teacher and a parent. A lot of Westar staff has what our kids lovingly call teacher kids. My kids have been enrolled at Westar since kindergarten, and I've taught there now for 4 years. When I saw emails circulating on Facebook that there may be a desire to not renew Mr. Bogart's contract, I was deeply concerned as an employee and as a client. Working for Mr. Bogart is easy. His expectations are clear, he leads by example, and he understands the struggles of being a classroom teacher and a parent. I have stayed at Liberty and specifically at Westar because I enjoy working for Mr. Bogart. But I'm only one person, and we don't always get to choose our boss, so I decided to ask the people at Westar that really matter. I asked my 27 students, what they like about Mr. Bogart. So let me read a couple to you. He makes our school a great place. He makes our teachers work hard to teach us. He's also great at keeping kids from breaking the rules. He is nice. He makes it fair. He is respectful. I like my principal. He is super. And my favorite, he is handsome. I had quite a few of those handsome notes, by the way. Now, being handsome may not qualify you to be a principal, but I think the other statements in there by my students do. So when I put my parent hat on for a second, we have school choice here in Arizona. My kids are at Westar because I believe my colleagues and my administration provide the best place for my students to learn. If you change our administration at Westar, you will lose amazing certified teachers, which are hard to come by these days. They will leave, they will go to nearby districts, they will make more money. We teach at Westar because we like the community that Westar has built. So as you can see, Mr. Bogart is well-loved, respected, and as my second graders would agree, a very handsome man. Let us not forget that Mr. Bogart is coming off a year where he was Principal of the Year for this district. His results and Westar's results, they're not a fluke. They come because staff wants to work for him. We work our tails off because he leads us by example. So please take that into consideration tonight when you review administrative contracts.
Our next speaker will be Wendy Merkel.
Hi, I'm the second Peace Wing intern tonight, and I trust I will not be able to, reach the same height as my daughter. She was amazing. Thank you for letting me comment. I have known Miss Bixler for many years. We've attended the same church, St. Peter's in Litchfield Park. I know her to be a gentle, optimistic, altruistic woman. And no one who actually knows Ms. Bixler could possibly be afraid of her. I don't want to offend anyone or push my religion on anybody else, but I would like to share a few relevant passages from Scripture. From the Christian New Testament, the Epistle of James, chapter 1, verses 19 through 20. My beloved brothers, understand this. Everyone should be quick to listen, slow to speak, and slow to anger. For man's anger does not bring about the righteousness that God desires. From the Gospel according to Matthew, chapter 5, verses 1 through 11. When Jesus saw the crowds, he went up to the mountain and sat down. His disciples came to him, and he began to teach them, saying, Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they will be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they will be shown mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will see God, and blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called sons of God. Blessed are those who are persecuted because of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. And blessed are you when people insult you, persecute you, and falsely say all kinds of evil against you because of me. From the Gospel according to John chapter 13, verses 34 through 35, Jesus says, A new commandment I give you, love one another. As I have loved you, so you also must love one another. By this everyone will know you are my disciples, if you love one another. And finally, Paul's first letter to the Corinthians, chapter 13, verses 4 through 7. Love is patient. Love is kind. It does not envy. It does not boast. It is not proud. It is not rude. It is not self-seeking. It is not easily angered. It keeps no account of wrongs. Love takes no pleasure in evil, but rejoices in the truth. It bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. Love never fails. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Terry Smith.
That was supposed to be for Wendy Merkel, just so you know. My name's Terry Smith. I have 3 children in the district, and I'm a parent. I was going to talk today about our need for honesty, integrity, and transparency amongst the board. Sorry, I don't do this very often. And about the importance for following protocol, knowledge of how the public school district works, and why it sometimes seems like things are not going the way that parents want them to, mostly because we don't actually have the right to information about other people's children. And how we can work together to find solutions that might not be perfect for everybody, but that could be satisfactory if we all work together and compromise now and again. That's what I should have been talking about. Everybody else seems to have covered that. What I'm actually going to do is call for the resignation of Mr. Parks, Mr. Kenyon, and Mr. Todd, based on what everybody else in this room has said tonight. You have proved that you cannot be trusted. You do not know how the public school system works, and nobody here really wants you. We want Mr. Aguirre, we want Miss Bixler, and we want Dr. Schuff. Thanks for your time.
Next speaker is Meg, and I cannot read the last name. Galanti. Meg Galanti.
Hello, everyone. Meg Galanti here. I am going to read a very precious letter from Lily Smith, who's a 5th grader at West Star. And I think that it's very important that we listen to the children and keep them first and foremost. And please, let's do away with all this political crap in our schools and everything. I mean, it's just, these are the most precious gifts we have, and let's keep them a priority. Anyway, Lily says, Mr. Bogart is an amazing principal, and if he was replaced or moved to a different job, everyone would be devastated. Mr. Bogart makes this school happy. He makes us laugh in the mornings with his funny hats. And he is kind to everybody he comes across. And wow, can he pick amazing teachers. He helps everybody learn because he has made an amazing environment for all the kids here. He has made a place where kids can feel safe and loved every moment of every day of every week. He makes sure that every kid gets the education they need. And he is not the only one that makes this school amazing. The teachers here are fun, kind, happy, and they do not judge you for who you are or what you do. Everybody here knows the teachers, Mr. Bogart, Miss Loveless, and everyone else who works here are amazing. Thank you. Lily, 5th grade.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Elwood Kunstler.
Superintendent Schuff, President Todd, and board members, members of the public, members of the press. I came here tonight to speak about Mr. Aguirre's outrageous outblast after the special meeting on the 22nd when he stormed out after pushing his microphone out of the way, stormed out of one side of the dais and came up and got within 3 feet of a couple teachers, put his finger in their face, and virtually said, "You should be ashamed of yourself. You will get yours, and it'll be the hard way." And I believe there's a tape of that. You know, I'm thinking that for as many people that want people to resign tonight and to be recalled, you should have been at the top of the list after that performance, sir. And then I heard an amount of words. Witch hunt, took her away, pushing out, imaginary war, church, hostile, closed doors, politics, transparent, LGBTQ. And let me tell you something, a couple of meetings ago, there was 2 strong leadership representatives from LGBTQ here who said and stated that Mr. Bixler had no business being around children. Okay? Just for your information to know, that's who they supported, LGBTQ. Okay? LGBTQ, that is true. It's my time. Yeah.
Quiet, please. It's-
Always. Yeah, I'm always wrong. LGBTQ, okay, was supported by these 2 people, and I am not wrong. Now we had some lady up here quoting gospel, okay? Well, I'm a fairly religious person. I consider myself a Jesus follower, okay? Yeah, I know. And I don't see anywhere in the Bible where it says, bless them that get their genitals cut off so they can use little girls' bathrooms. Where, Mr. President, please. Where?
Ladies and gentlemen, please continue on.
Miss L'Oreal, you know, I'm probably not going to get to you and the secrecy of your contract and the intransparent way that you've been performing and the teachers that you have chased out of the school. I could haul them in here. I could haul kids in here that are afraid of Mr. Bixler every time he goes to an event or a school, okay? I can bring them all in here, but no. I don't keep God out of anything, girl. God is my life.
Mr. Kunstler, please. Mr. Kunstler, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please give order to our speaker, Mr. Paul Jensen.
Good evening, Mr. President, governing board members, and Dr. Schuff. In 2008, I joined the Liberty family. When I asked a now good friend which district was the best, and as I saw the struggles in the governing board, I decided to join and work tirelessly to try and make Liberty a district that I would be proud of. Because I'm not a really good politician, I tried to gather some friends and get on the board to make changes and was unsuccessful to do so at that time. And so I had to go through the difficult route a few years later. And it was tough and it was hard to make those changes. And through that process, reached out for a superintendent. And we were so lucky to have Dr. Schuff come and join us. My personal worry and issue with her was that she was too good for us. That there was no way she would come to this district and stay for any amount of time because everybody would see how wonderful she was and they would rip her away from us. And unfortunately, we have done the opposite to her. But we are so grateful for Dr. Schuff, me personally. As you probably knew, as I talked about my family needs and how she was very supportive, despite her probably knowing that it would be to her detriment, wished to me and my family well as we pursued what we wanted to do. Now I hope, Dr. Schuff, that your family will get you now, that the stress and turmoil that you have gone through these last 5 years will be rewarded by your family. Because that is truly where it is, those kids that we love. We are so grateful for your 5 years of service. And I apologize for the emotion, but this is the only way that it can be given. We are so grateful, Dr. Schuff. Governing board, you have changed the direction of this district and gone through differences of norms and caused a lot of turmoil in this district. Please specify what your plans are. Operate in transparency. As Dr. Schuff first came on, she was willing to have her performance evaluation done in public. Why are we now turning to closed doors? Unfortunately, I didn't write out my text, so I can't give it to someone.
Our next speaker is Paula Bixler. Sorry, Paula Hoffman. My apologies. Next speaker will be Connie Crowley.
Good evening, governing board members, President Todd, Dr. Schuff. Today I'm coming to you as not only a teacher within this district, but I am also a community member. Today I'm coming before you to speak on our current district climate. It's hard to focus with all of this current state of affairs that is going on. And there should be no hidden agendas. Things should be transparent. And if you have questions or if you wonder about something, you should ask. I invite people to ask questions. I think that's how we learn and grow. We should be coming together as adults in the sandbox to have these discussions. It's okay to be open. It's okay to be honest. It's okay to give your opinion. We might not agree, and it's okay. However, what we do with those disagreements are just the most important thing. Stop making assumptions. Stop making assumptions that I was not here last week to support Dr. Schuff, because I was, and I did. And I had heartfelt spoken words with Dr. Schuff. After the board meeting, teachers were yelling at me, as was Mr. Aguirre. You know, first thing about me, most of you, what you might know about me is that I want what's best for students. What you might not know about me is that I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get there. When I have teachers yelling and screaming at me, they violated our handbook, our policies, our staff conduct and ethics, and yet it was allowed. This is not the environment that I want to work in, and I will not tolerate this behavior. As I look at the information that is being spread in our community, I'm sad to see that people sometimes react and they spread information, and not only do they spread it, but rather they should be asking and clarifying and making sure that information is correct before they push it. I am here tonight also as in the concern of Mr. Bogart. I wanted to share with the board that I worked with him for the last 20 years. At the end of my first year of teaching with Mr. Bogart, he asked me if I liked teaching in the Liberty District. And I replied, I loved it, and I plan to retire here. I think Mr. Bogart has given us all. I think that even though sometimes Mr. Bogart and I do not agree, we can play nice in the sandbox, we can have conversations, and we are adults who work through our differences, and we have a mutual respect for each other. What I love most about Mr. Bogart is that he allows teachers to do what it is they need to do in their classrooms, and that's teach students.
Our next speaker will be Jennifer Crandall.
Good evening, Liberty board members. My name is Jennifer Crandall, and I'm a first grade teacher at Westar. I am here tonight because it is my understanding that Mr. Bogart's contract may not be renewed for next year. I think it's important to highlight some of the reasons I stay at Westar. Of course, like most teachers, the number one reason is my love for my students and my community. But there's another reason, and that is Mr. Bogart. Despite higher paying districts in the area, I choose to stay at Westar in large part because of Mr. Bogart and the environment that he fosters. Westar is not simply a school. We are a community and we are a family. Mr. Bogart is a remarkable leader, and those under his leadership benefit greatly. This is evidenced by the fact that over the past few years, 2 of his assistant principals have become principals. As a teacher, Mr. Bogart's expectations are high, and this has pushed me to be a better teacher. I have grown an immeasurable amount during my time at Westar, and a big part of that is because of this man back here, Mr. Bogart. Mr. Bogart is loved by teachers, staff, and especially our students. If you spend any time at Westar, you will see the love that those children have for him. He is dedicated, committed, and fair. He advocates for students, teachers, and staff. As you probably already know, last year Mr. Bogart was named Principal of the Year. Without Mr. Bogart, Westar would not be the same, and I believe that you would be losing a valuable leader and asset to the Liberty School District. I just ask you to please consider that this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Ann Hansen.
Good evening, Board. My name is Ann Hansen, and I am a special education teacher at Westar Elementary. First, I would like to thank the Board for supporting our special education staff and recognizing the unique challenges to our job. We do appreciate that support. The support of the school board is vital to the success of our special education students. The responsibility does not stop there. It is also critical to have the support of our site administrators on a day-to-day basis. I would just like to say a few words in support of Principal Bogart, who has been instrumental in the growth of our program, our teachers, and our students. Mr. Bogart was the main reason that I came to work at Westar. My son attended Westar from kindergarten through 8th grade, and I began subbing when he was in 6th grade because I liked the sense of community that he fostered at Westar. Mr. Bogart always treated me like staff, even though I was just a sub for our district. He never looked at me that way. I eventually took a full-time position as a special education teacher, and I have been teaching at Westar for 6 years. Mr. Bogart has always supported our special education department and students, and has tried to create an inclusive environment for all of our special education students. As a teacher, Mr. Bogart has mentored me, really challenged me, and pushed me out of my comfort zone, I don't like change, to grow as a new teacher and then later as a teacher leader. He has had a great impact on me as an educator and as a role model. There's no job that he is above doing. He picks up trash around the school, he chases eloping students, and he sits on the floor with distressed and aggressive students for as long as it takes to get them calm. He doesn't care about all the other things that he has to do. He sits there and he works that out. With all the turmoil of the past few years, Mr. Bogart has managed to maintain extremely low teacher turnover, including in the special education department, in spite of the current climate you all know of special education teachers being hard to recruit and retain. Our full team, which consists of 6 special education teachers, plans to return next year, and this is largely due to Principal Bogart. Please consider my words during contract renewal discussions. I appreciate your time and consideration, and I do want to give one shout out to Dr. Sheff. And I just want to say that a rising tide lifts all boats, and you have been that rising tide for our district and for all of our teachers, so thank you.
Board members, any comments? I do believe I called that name. I do have your form, ma'am, and I did call your name. I have it evidenced. Did you not? Somebody else stood up? Okay, I'm not. Nobody pointed that out at the time. I did not hear that. You can speak, ma'am. I will let you speak.
My name is Wendy Merkel. I'm a fifth grade teacher at Westar Elementary. I come to you as a parent of 2 children in the elementary school district. I continue to be appalled at the behaviors of 3 of the board members who have continued to attack teachers, admin, and parents through social media in this district. You are using district resources funded by taxpayers being used to attempt to dismantle our public school system. Make no mistakes, the words you use, the conspiracy theories you post, and above all, the language you use in no way supports public education teachers. Mr. Todd, your board is running rogue and you know it. In January, you submitted your resignation and yet in February continued to vote as part of this board to irrevocably change how our district maintains. I am calling to the public and to you to resign. There is no way for you to convince educational professionals you have any intention other than spreading misinformation about the intention and the work of public schools. Your work in just the last month includes social media usage, and your public school email shows grotesque incompetence. Simply not understanding that social emotional learning is research-backed pedagogy and not a curriculum is an example of this. Social emotional learning, SEL, means that we teach about sharing, communication, collaboration, working together as a team. It is a necessary skill for adulthood. Make no mistake, saying you want to remove SEL from the classroom is literally saying you want to dismantle the human experience of learning that leads to the success of our entire species. I was asked to clarify my statements from the last board meeting when I said that I was disheartened by the repugnant behavior towards teachers. I mean, watching email after email after email sent from Liberty District addresses touting decisions and schemes to dismantle our constitutionally guaranteed public education. You are attacking teachers and admin and community members with your literal role is to build us up and support us. You forced out a doctor of education with no experience but one human on your board. You forced her out and then celebrated that to non-district humans. The 3 board members, Kenyon Parks, and including yourself, Mr. Todd, dismiss public and professional knowledge repeatedly, direct for your personal gain. You are facing a crisis where you do not have certified teachers willing to work in our district. You have classrooms to this day that do not have a teacher in them. It is February, almost March, and that is on you. You are asking teachers to sign contracts while backhandedly working to fire competent principals and the symbiotic relationship required with admin. I call on parents to not allow this board to dismantle your children's schools. Do not lose admin and teachers for
Board members, any comments?
Yeah, I'd like to correct the record. Mr. Kunstler stated that Superintendent Schuff's contract has been super secret. The record needs to be corrected, sir. Okay. That has always been a matter of public record. The only thing that is not a matter of public record is executive meeting minutes.
I also would like to make a correction. I just want to make sure everybody knows who was speaking at the board meeting last time that we had to call the public, not tonight, but the last time. The 2 individuals that were referenced by one of the speakers earlier tonight are paid representatives for an anti-transgendered group. They are nationally known. They are coming to your district, and they are telling you what to do. They have nothing to do with you. So understand what is happening here. They are being asked to come to talk to you.
Any other comments? Hearing none, we'll move to item 5, the consent agenda. 5.1 will be approval of consent agenda.
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as presented. When I call your name, please specify your vote. Board Member Bixler?
Aye.
I'm sorry, let me start at the end. Board Member Parks?
Aye.
Board Member Aguirre?
Yes.
Board Member Bixler?
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon?
Aye.
I am also an aye. We will show that approved 5 yes, 0 no's.
Mr. President, can I make a motion to bring 613 to the top?
I have no objections to that if the rest of the board concurs. However, I think there is some executive,
Is there?
there may be some executive session work in that as well.
Okay, I withdraw.
Okay. Next up, we have some executive sessions. First one is item 6.1, possible action to convene executive session pursuant to ARS 38431-03, A3 and 4, for discussion or consultation with the governing board's attorney and or to consider its position and possibly instruct its attorney regarding its position on procurement requirements and options regarding vendor selection for construction and other contracts, including RFQ number 22-11-22, which is the construction manager at risk for transportation hub. Members, we can take each of these executive sessions and make an individual motion on them and then convene and handle all that are approved for executive session at one time. But we will need a motion for each one to move forward. So with that, we can take a motion for 6.1.
Mr. President, I'll make a motion for 6.1, 6.2, 6.
Wait, one motion at a time, please. We're just going to do 6.1.
Motion to go into executive session for item 6.1.
Okay, I have a motion for item 6.1, which is the executive session to hear from the governing board's attorney and or to discuss in consultation with the governing board's attorney and or consider its position and possibly instruct its attorney regarding its position on procurement requirements and options regarding vendor selection for construction and other contracts, including RFQ number 22-11-22, which is the construction manager at risk for transportation hub. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second for 6.1. When I call your name, please specify your vote. Board Member Parks?
Aye.
Sorry.
Sir?
So I just had a question.
Yes, sir.
So, and I hope this is on the record, please. At the last board meeting, you stated that it was okay to do them all at once, and now all of a sudden it's not okay to do them all at
Because
once.
one of these has been denied, has been requested not to, so we can't do them all at one time. And legal asks that we do these separately this time.
Which one's been denied? I'm confused.
It's an executive session for the communications director.
I think it's 6.5.
I'm looking at 6.5.
So
She has the option to request that her session be in general session, not in executive session. I've been advised by legal, she's requested that.
So understood, but also I believe, let's see, 6.4, additional responsibilities of compensation of district level administrators pertaining to hiring interim superintendent, that also would need to have the people who were going to talk about, for them to agree to have it in executive session or in public. Was that done?
Yes.
And who are those people? Because they're not actually not listed in the executive summary.
district level administrators, and Dr. Schuff provided their notification. You can,
Beth Strickler, Jason Nuttall, and Natasha Camp.
Because I guess the issue that I have with is that that wasn't presented to the public, so the public didn't have a idea of what was going to be talked about or who was going to be talked about. And then the other one, let's see.
okay, right now, sir, we have a motion for just 6.1, and we need to
Okay.
stick to 6.1, and then we can take each one independently.
Okay.
Probably another good reason we're doing these separately. So with that, I have a motion for 6.1. I have a second for 6.1. When I call your name, please specify your vote. Board Member Parks?
Aye.
Board Member Aguirre?
No.
Board Member Bixler?
Nay.
Board Member Kenyon?
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We will show that that was approved. 3 yes, 2 no. Our next one will be a motion for 6.2, possible action to convene an executive session pursuant to ARS 38431.03, A3 and 4, for discussion or consultation with the governing board's attorney and/or to consider its position and possibly instruct its attorney regarding its position on selecting and retaining a consulting firm to conduct interim superintendent search and related contract negotiations.
I'll make a motion to go into executive session for item 6.2.
Have a motion for 6.2. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second for item 6.2, which is possible action to convene an executive session pursuant to ARS 38431.03, A3 and 4, for discussion or consultation with the governing board's attorney and/or to consider its position and possibly instruct its attorney regarding its position on selecting and retaining a consulting firm to conduct interim superintendent search and related potential contract negotiations.
I had a question on this one too.
Yes, sir.
So, again, I'll just say that there hasn't been any public discussion about the selection, and that the only thing that can actually happen in executive session, the way I read this, is to talk about the contract. Also, I'd like to bring caution to my fellow board members. Open Meeting Law, ARS 38-431.07, violations enforcement, civil penalty, removal from office in camera view. And I'd really like to bring the attention of one part of that. If the court determines that a public officer with intent to deprive the public of information knowingly violated any provision of this article, the court may remove the public officer from office and shall assess the public officer or person who knowingly aided, agreed to aid, or attempted to aid the public officer in violating this article, or both, with all the costs and attorney fees awarded to the plaintiff pursuant to this section.
Board Member Aguirre, this was a suggestion from legal counsel to do this, and it specifies that we are getting.
And I appreciate legal's opinion, but I think the opinion that actually matters the most is the Attorney General's opinion and also a court of law. So with that, I want to make sure that I am on record as saying that this is not okay.
I have a motion and a second for item 6.2 to convene to executive session for discussion or consultation with the governing board's attorney and/or to consider its position and possibly instruct its attorney regarding its position on selecting and retaining a consulting firm to conduct interim superintendent search and related potential contract negotiations. Call your name, please specify your vote. Board Member Parks?
Aye.
Board Member Aguirre?
No.
Board Member Bixler?
Nay.
Board Member Kenyon?
Aye.
I'm also an aye. That passed 3 yes, 2 no. Next on the executive is 6.3, possible action to convene an executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03, A3 and 4, for discussion or consultation with governing board's attorney and/or to consider its position and possibly instruct its attorney on transition issues pending the hiring of an interim superintendent. Members, I will clarify that this is strictly to gain any legal information that we need that's covered under executive. It is not a discussion of anything else pursuant to that topic.
Mr. President, I make a motion to go into convene executive session, item 6.3.
Do I have a second? Have a motion for 6.3. I also have a second for possible action to convene to an executive session pursuant to ARS 43103 A3 and 4 for discussion or consultation with the governing board's attorney and or to consider its position and possibly instruct its attorney on transition issues pending the hiring of an interim superintendent. Call your name, please specify your vote.
I
Board
had a
member.
question on this one also.
Yes, sir.
For discussion. The question I have is, will contracts be discussed?
Sir, we're not allowed to speak of that in open session. At any time, our legal advice, who is here, Mr. Decker, still here somewhere, probably waiting for us, can consult us and stop if somebody gets into a situation not covered by the executive session.
So again, according to this, I'm seeing that we are not talking about any employee within the district. We're not talking about a contract. We're not talking about negotiations.
It's transition issues, sir.
I believe we're actually it says transition issues pending the hiring of an interim superintendent.
That's correct.
So I guess if it's none of those, that's why you can actually go into executive session. And again, I want to make sure that I'm on the record as saying that this is not right. Just because this is a painful conversation to have doesn't mean that we should go into executive session and hide this from the public.
And we don't have to. If you have no interest in legal advice, then we don't need to do it. And if we get into there and there is no legal questions, it's a moot point.
Mr. Todd, I believe that you're the one who sets the agenda, is in consultation with council, and I believe that council would have told you if council actually needs to give legal advice on that particular agenda. I see council sitting here, and the agenda was created by council and Mr. Todd.
Yes, it was. Mr. Decker.
You're representing the district in your capacity right now, sir.
Mr. Decker, can you please come to the microphone?
The question is whether or not there's going to be anything to talk about in legal issues and legal advice on this issue. Yes, there are things that we as council want to give advice on this issue. It will not be a discussion of the contracts, of the proposals. That's for you to discuss, that's for you to review and make a decision. Once you've made a decision in general meeting, there'll need to be some instructions to somebody to negotiate a contract. That somebody is typically your lawyer.
Again, council has the opportunity to give legal advice in a public setting. It's happened before in this district many times where lawyers have come up and given legal advice to the governing board so that the governing board has a greater understanding of a particular topic. This is not about negotiating a contract. This is not about any type of discipline. This is not about any type of discipline with an employee. This is an uncomfortable conversation that it seems that council and the board does not want to have in public. And I'd really caution with everything that I just reported on the first one, that if a judge thinks that a governing board is trying to keep things from the public, that's where the violation starts. And I personally feel that in this instance, along with the others, and many others in previous meetings, that has taken place.
Is there a question you want me to respond to?
No.
Thank you. Thank you for your education.
Members, we have a motion and a second for 6.3 to convene to executive session under ARS 38-431-03, A3 and 4 for discussion or consultation with the governing board's attorney and or to consider its position and possibly instruct its attorney on transition issues pending the hiring of an interim superintendent. When I call your name, you can specify your vote. Board Member Parks?
Aye.
Board Member Aguirre?
No.
Board Member Bixler?
Nay.
Board Member Kenyon?
Yes.
Will also be a yes. We will show that approved 3 votes to 2. Next up is item 6.4, possible action to convene an executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431-03A1 for discussion or consideration of additional responsibilities and compensation for district-level administrators pending the hiring of an interim superintendent.
Mr. President, I make a motion to go into executive session for item 6.4.
Have a motion for 6.4. Do I have a second?
I will second.
Have a motion and a second for 6.4. When I call your name, please specify your vote. Board Member Parks?
Aye.
Board Member Aguirre?
No.
Board Member Bixler?
No.
Board Member Kenyon?
Yes.
I'm also an yes. You will show that that was approved 3 votes to 2. Remember, item 6.5 is listed as an executive session. The employee does have the right to have it in open. My understanding is that she has requested that, so we will not need a motion for 6.5. We will pick that up when we come back out of executive session. Number 6.6 will be possible, we'll be done at that point for executive session. So at this time, we will show we are convened into executive session. Show that we are back into open session at 9:49 PM. All board members are still present. Our next item on the agenda is item 6.5. With respect to this item, the employee who was noticed requested that any discussion take place in public open session. Does any board member wish to have any discussion regarding this agenda item?
Yes, I would.
Okay, please go ahead.
So I was hoping to do this typically when we deal with these kind of things, I think it's best done in executive session, so we're dealing with the individual. This position, I believe the district didn't have it for a long time, was created last year. Out of the need for somebody to be the face of the district, to help capture a lot of the good things that happen in the district, and a lot of good things do happen in this district. From every school campus and all the different plays, productions, events that happen during school hours, after school hours, there's a lot that does happen. And my priority, and I believe the priority of the board, has always been to bring the good things that the district does to the community. And so when Miss Belson was hired on, I asked that night when we voted to hire her if the district had supports for her if she needed help. I was told that yes, there were supports given. I don't want this to be taken out of context, because I really do feel like I haven't seen the quality, I guess, for the compensation of what we're looking at to approve tonight for a future contract. And I really don't feel that she's been given the proper tools or help to be the best she could be for what's, especially for the compensation. It is a high paying level. So I guess I would like to know if the employee herself has the opportunity to say anything.
She does. I think the preference is to have the board, any comments, and then we can have her have dialogue with us.
Does anybody else have any?
Yeah, I got just one item here. When this came up, Dr. Schuff and I had a conversation about this, and actually I was really concerned about the qualifications for the amount of money we were paying. I was promised at that time that it would be 6 months and we'd have time to evaluate before we extended the contract. What I'd like to do, because we just haven't had time, in my opinion, to evaluate, my opinion is I'd like to just hold off for 90 days and readdress the next year's contract. Because again, this is a significant amount of money. We just haven't had time to really evaluate.
Go ahead, Mr. Roy.
I had a question for legal. Does public record come into, are we allowed to talk about public record in this forum also? Public record? Yes, sir. Public record. Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. So there's public record that shows between Mr. Todd and Mr. Parks, in my opinion, that they've had it out for communications director from the get-go with the hiring process that Dr. Schuff used. The only other thing that I had, and I think that, in my own opinion, that opens up the district for litigation with the employee. Question I had for Mr. Kenyon: what good things haven't been brought forward? Because you stated good things, some good things haven't been brought forward. I'm just curious what they are.
I didn't state some good things have been brought forward. I stated that there's a lot of good things that happen in this district, and we want all those good things to be out in the community, and that.
So, okay, so what, of all those good things out in the district, what
Mr. Gore, I'm
hasn't
not
been
gonna
brought
nitpick.
forward?
I'm not going to nitpick. I'm just saying I would like to give her a chance, to give her the opportunity and the help, the guidance, the resources to be as successful as she possibly can.
So I think this is a very valid question, and I would imagine the employee is going to probably ask the same thing, of that, what are those things that are good with the district that haven't been brought forward, that she has not done?
Mr. President, Board Member Pixler, old habits. I will say that there is some concern with this. We had a newsletter come out in February that talked about a bus rodeo and several other things, and I made a request to staff for press releases because those were all very easy things to get coverage on. None of that was provided. We have had almost no. We've had a student who was top in the nation, I believe, in a reading event. There's been very little positive coverage. I have seen very little social media activity that isn't very canned. And when I lobbied for this position over 2 years ago, when I got on the board, I said, we have to tell our story. We have to be out doing everything in the community. We need to be at events. We need to be meeting with the public. The other public information officer / communication directors meet routinely with the mayor of Goodyear, and the mayor has reminded me more than once that he never hears from our district and doesn't meet. So again, I agree with Mr. Kenyon that sometimes these are those times where it's easier to have an executive session. The goal here for me is not to eliminate employment of this employee, but to see what they can really do. And there's been a settle-in time, but before I lock into a very highly paid contract, based off of what I saw on the resume, and I have been a public information officer for a number of years, and FEMA certified public information officer. I know a little bit about this. The resume really didn't meet the communications director position. It's more than a social media spot, and that's what we've seen mostly, and that's been pretty thin. So again, I'm not sure that the employee has been given the right direction or the right tools. It's perfectly fine for people to discuss concerns. That's legal, that's allowed. And so anytime you would like to call me and discuss something, as long as we haven't done an open meeting violation of connecting a third board member, you're also more than welcome to do that. You've yet to do that. Other board members have called me, and at times we've had to even say, prior to now, last year, oh, somebody else already mentioned something to me, can't talk about this. However, back to my point here, I'm concerned that for the dollars, there's a problem. And if we go back to the way this position was originally hired, we got told, this is the person, accept them. We don't rubber stamp things. That's dangerous for a board to do. And we were forced into a situation where if we didn't approve it, this employee had already given their 2 weeks notice because they were told that they were going to start the day after the board meeting, and it puts us into a really bad spot. I did not want to make this person unemployed because the district kind of jumped the gun in this. I wanted to make sure that we did everything to give this employee the chance to shine, the chance to do good, the chance to be successful here. So instead of putting them out of a job, which could have easily happened had the board not approved that, which has additional ramifications because perhaps her employee had already hired somebody, her previous employer had hired somebody to take her spot. There could be a ripple effect, and I didn't want that to happen because I want to take care of everybody. But now we're in this spot where at the pay rate that it is, there's a significant concern. And so, again, I feel like we should hold off on this and give this employee the chance to move forward. And then before the new contracts start, we can bring this forward and hopefully get it approved.
Mr. President, I have not had the same experience that some of the members of this board have. I saw the candidate's resume when she applied. I was very impressed by it. I have not seen anything that has not occurred that I wasn't impressed by that she has done. I agree. I think that we need to give her more tools to work with. I think that's our responsibility. But I am not in agreement with what's being said here as far as waiting on approving this contract.
I just have a real concern about a statement that you made, Mr. Todd. You said that you asked the employee to do something.
No.
It is not the governing board's job to direct employees of this district to do things.
I didn't ask the employee.
It is, Mr. Todd, it's the superintendent's job to do that.
I did not ask
Not the governing board.
We can ask the employee if I've asked her to do anything.
You just said it on the mic, Mr. Todd.
No.
You just said it on the mic that there were things that you thought she should cover.
But I
and
didn't
that
tell her
he
that.
didn't cover it.
But I didn't tell her that. I didn't ask her to
just
cover
said
them.
it, Mr.
I said
Todd.
there were things that should have been covered that were not. That was not a directive to her. Ms. Balsam, have I ever asked you to do anything?
Wow, this is a little intimidating. I actually prepared something. Is it okay if I just go ahead and read it?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I have really bad vision. So, good evening. I would like to start by just telling you a little bit about myself because I'm new and you really haven't had a chance to get to know me.
Exactly.
My name is Courtney. Personally, I would like you to know that I am from this West Valley community. I grew up in Goodyear and went to Millennium, where I joined the FFA, and I made connections where I also worked for the FFA in college as an intern at their national conventions 2 years. So agriculture does have a very special place in my heart. I did not go to Liberty, but my wonderful fiance who's here with me did. He, both and his sister, went to Liberty back in the day, and his parents still live just right down the street. So this community means a lot to me. I also built a house in this district just a couple years ago. We don't have any kids yet, but we do have a dog who will be our flower girl in our wedding just in June. If that counts for anything. And community has always meant a lot to me and my family. My dad leads by example. He currently serves as the chairman of Self-Insurance Medical Trust Board for the city of Goodyear and was an elder in a church for several years. Professionally, and going into some of my qualifications, I'm a journalist who turned into a communications professional. While I was a full-time college student, I started as a reporter at the West Valley View. That was my first reporter job here. And that was before it was purchased by the new owners who had reorganized that company and had let the staff go. So that was my reason for leaving. Working for the West Valley View was when I first fell in love with being involved in this community, and ever since it's been my goal to be able to pursue a career here locally. So you can imagine how excited I was when the district called me in December asking me to interview for this position because it was open again. I have a bachelor's degree in journalism from ASU Walter Cronkite School of Journalism and Mass Communication, where I also earned my master's degree in business journalism. That master's degree provided me the opportunity to take MBA classes while taking additional journalism classes to help me find the stories that lie within the numbers. While completing my master's degree, I realized I wanted to transition into communications. So I took a position as communications specialist and later promoted to senior communications specialist for Snell and Wilmer. They're the largest corporate law firm in the Southwest with almost 500 attorneys and 16 locations. They're headquartered and have deep historical roots in Phoenix. During my time, I helped them navigate and open 4 new offices, a total rebrand, including rebranding their social media, which led to massive growth in followers and engagement. I rolled out several new software. I helped with award nominations and managing several crisis communication issues. During my time, one of our attorneys was elected president of the American Bar Association. And she was only the second attorney from Arizona and one of 10 females to ever hold that position. I collaborated with her closely and with the ABA also to help her navigate marketing and social media during her presidency. To me, that was a beautiful and historic experience, and I'm so grateful to have her in my corner. I don't have time to speak through everything I've done at the law firm, but I can tell you I really valued my time there. 7 weeks ago, I joined Liberty Elementary School District as your communications director. I've really enjoyed getting to know our staff, our teachers, and our students, of course. If I'm being honest, I did walk into a little bit of a fire. A good portion of my job is managing the district's brand, which has been extraordinarily difficult, I might add, with recent events. So I really am hoping that we can work together to build and improve this district's brand. But I would like to walk you through some numbers through the past 7 weeks. 104, that's the number of social media posts I published across platforms. For Instagram, I posted 36 stories in 7 weeks in comparison to the 9 stories that were posted all last year. 436.8%, that's the percentage that our Instagram reach has increased in the last 90 days. And I'm using 90 days for this percentage because it compares to the previous 90 days, so that we're able to compare my strategy so far to my predecessors. 49,652, up 174.7%. That is our Facebook page reach from the last 90 days, again, in comparison to the 90 days prior. 300% increase engagement in LinkedIn. Simply put, all engagement analytics on social media are on an upward trajectory. I've created 21 videos, I filmed and edited those, 72 graphics I've designed, nearly 1,000 photos taken, 18 articles written, 17 posts and other updates made to the website, 8 crisis communications messages to parents via school messenger, one being today, 2 monthly newsletters, 1 press release so far. Part of media strategy is also knowing when to publicize and use those connections. Not everything is going to make the front page. Leveraging those connections. And that press release was for Festival of the Arts, March 8th at Estrella. Everyone be there. 1 Liberty Bulletin newsletter, which should be arriving in everybody's mailboxes very soon. And one of my favorite numbers is 15. That's the amount of hugs I gotten from students who, when they found out I was new, welcomed me literally with open arms. And again, 7 is the number of weeks I've been with this district. So I also helped with recruitment efforts. Marketing the job fair was the most well-attended job fair the district had. I created a media list for press release distribution that took some time. That includes local media, local PIOs, and also city council from both Buckeye and Goodyear. This list was not something I found the district had already in place. Just outlining some of my goals. I'd like to strengthen the communication strategy and focus on building our social media reach and building the district brand as we highlight the amazing things that our district does have to offer, of course. My goal is to highlight our wins, our teachers, and our students. I would like to revitalize our LinkedIn specifically for recruiting. You know, it's a platform that has more than 49 million users on it who search for jobs. I think right now that platform's underutilized, so I'd like to change that here. I like to refresh our marquees, make them more visually engaging. I'd like to make updates to the website. Vlogs, have a tab for vlogs because my predecessor created amazing videos, but they are not easily found on the website. And working with Dr. Sloat to add a page for data. So those are just some of the few ideas I have. So in conclusion, I am the same person you voted for in this role 7 weeks ago, although I now have 7 more weeks worth of experience with this district. Board Member Kenyon, when you voted for me, you mentioned you'd hope I would stay with the district at least 20 years. And that's been my intention since I walked through those doors. And I'm excited for the next 19 and a half years, at least. Thank you.
Thank you for that. That was, well, put together. And to be completely frank, I'm glad to hear everything you just said. I wish I would have heard that about a month ago, but because to be honest, I don't.
Here. 7 weeks.
7 weeks. 7 weeks, right? You've been with us for 7 weeks?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr.
So-
Kenyon, I shared some of the REACH state data with charts in the board update this past week.
I did see some of
the week before
I
last,
did see
actually.
some of the reach data. I mean specifically in regards to you, your schooling, that kind of stuff. I know we had the resume, but learning about you, because you are the face of this district, right? So that's my next question is what can we do to really help you be successful even more than you have been as the future progresses, right? And if there's something, and I don't mean to put you on the spot right now, but if there's something that you can think of that, you know what, I really couldn't, tidy up this area, or maybe somebody does know something that much better in this area that can help me be a better person in this job. It's just my concern, honestly, is the compensation, because, I mean, if anybody looks at it, it's more than any assistant principal makes in our district. And I want to make sure that we are giving you the opportunity, right? Because I've been told, not by anybody on the board, but I've been told by a couple of people, I haven't seen much from that person, I would rather them just go. I said, well, I don't feel that we've given them enough chance. And that's what I said. So I want to give you that chance.
Sure. I think, marketing in general is a marathon, not a sprint. It takes a team, and it takes a lot of goals and a lot of different kinds of different support. I say what would help me the most? Stability, support. As far as compensation, I'll say it. My predecessor didn't have direct communications experience, although it's to my knowledge that he made the same, if not more. He comes from a news station.
Members, any other questions, comments, thoughts?
I haven't seen a change from what your predecessor did to what you did. The transition to me has just been seamless. I get all the same stuff. I look at the website all the time. Obviously the statistics that you just threw out there for the Instagram, the Facebook, obviously shows that you've stepped up the game of communications director from what your predecessor did, right? In the short time that he was here also.
Thank you.
Right.
It's been my goal to just pick up where he left off as best I can within these short weeks.
Right. And what I'll say is this, is I think the difference is that you were hired by Dr. Schuff. That's why you're in front of us now. That's my opinion. And I apologize about that. And there is public record to support what I'm telling you.
I'm just going to make a comment here because I think there's some misdirection. The reason that hold on, we're the board. We have to approve every contract that comes through. We approve every resignation, everything that comes through. That's our job. We do take it seriously. We do go through everything. Ultimately, it's up to us. We're responsible to the taxpayers. No, we're responsible to the taxpayers. So when I see something here that's $95,000 with low experience, I have the right and
Excuse
I
me,
have the responsibility.
Members of the public, this is a board meeting. I ask that you remain quiet. We do have the authority to remove.
Anyway,
members.
I have
Don't
the
need this.
responsibility to review it, and we have ultimately approve it. Here's the problem. This was thrown at us 2 days before we had to vote. Somebody was already told they were hired. I walked into Dr. Schuff's office and said I wasn't going to vote for this. She promised that we'd give her 60 days. I'm sorry, 6 months. That's all I'm asking for. I don't want to get rid of her. I just want to have a few more months to evaluate it. And I don't think that's out of the question here. And you know what? If we sit and watch and she's doing a great job, we'll keep her.
I'd also like to point out, Mr. Parks, that we hire teachers that don't have teaching certificates.
I would love to pay $94,000 or $95,000 to teachers without certificates, Mark.
And also, we don't have a trial with them, with their employment. Unfortunately, sometimes when you want something good, you got to spend some money. Because when you don't spend money, the proof is in the pudding. Nobody's going to work for free. You're not going to get quality for free and for nothing. And I don't think that you would actually, in your employment, would accept low compensation either.
I'd like to clarify that I never made the promise of 6 months because statutorily we cannot do that. There are requirements about when administrative contracts must be given, and if we aren't, if we don't notice them that they're not going to, then they are automatically required to be given one. I did say there's a period of time, and we would review, and I would take the opportunity to review the progress so far before contracts came out, and that is yet another opportunity before another season came up. But I would say that I stand behind the decision to hire her. I stand behind the work that she's done, and if she's exceeded what you all thought somebody did a good job this last year, and if she has exceeded that in 7 weeks' time, my belief is that she will continue to improve and expand on what she can bring to the district.
Members, any other questions or comments? Hearing none, I will take a motion on item 6.5.
Make a motion to approve item 6.5 with the job responsibilities, employment, and assignments of communications director with no changes.
That's for the executive session for 6.5.
Sorry.
Right, it's not.
Members, part of that, though, however, is the second discussion, and that is what are the job responsibilities, and if you want to define that, and the employment and/or assignments. So that is the second part of this, that technically is an executive session that the employee asked to be an open. So we can discuss job responsibilities and/or assignments of the communications director. For one, I would like to see the communications director become the custodian of records for the district. I think they're far more suited for that position. And moving forward, I think we're going to need that. Secondly, I think we need to have a much larger media presence and not just social media, and also a larger presence from the communications director into the community, attending community meetings and sharing presentations and getting our word out to various organizations in the district. So we have a motion.
Second.
We have the second. I would ask for the consideration of the job responsibilities. To be
Mr.
looked
Todd,
at.
the action is to convene an executive session is the action associated with
I
this
understand that, but the
6.5.
employee requested this to be an open session. That was her request, so that brings this entire session into
So
open.
I'm just not clear on what the action item is that's agendized here for this, other than.
There isn't, it's going to come up, it will actually come up, I understand your point.
Okay, that's.
So this will come up, this can come up separately, actually, members, in because this came out of executive session, it changed things a little bit. This will actually come up in item 6.13 is actually where it will come up. We can, however, continue to discuss any job responsibilities or assignments that we would like to see changed. I've noted mine.
Is there a motion we have to make?
Well, we have a motion, but there's no action for 6.5 actually, so
Okay.
it got, because this was originally gonna be executive session, it would have come up later, and it still should. This just session is open because the employee requested that. So is there any other discussion regarding this? I've already stated my thoughts on some of the job responsibilities. Anybody else? Okay. Hearing none, we'll move on to 6.6, which is possible action regarding RFQ 22-11-22, the construction manager at risk for transportation hub.
Mr. President, I move that the governing board cancel the solicitation pursuant to the state procurement rules.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to cancel RFQ number 22-11-22. When I call your name, please specify your vote.
I have a question.
Sir?
So we're canceling and we're starting all over, is that the way I understand it?
That is what would take place.
That's
if
what the
this-
motion's on, right? To
Yes, if
cancel and
this RFQ was canceled, then it would start the process over.
Okay, I just had another question. Dr. Schaff, how long did this process take?
I'll defer to Ms. Strickler. She was more closely involved.
Sorry, Ms. Strickler?
The process typically takes about 4 weeks, a month. We're looking at a good month for this. By the time we get the RFQ board approved, and then back out with advertisements that we need to do, and out to our vendors that are
Okay.
on our vendor list.
So just on our end is 4 weeks?
We're looking at another 4 weeks, and then for board approval, once we go through the process again. So 4 to 6 weeks.
Okay. And then, but we also, okay. And then we're in, just forgive me for just a second, I apologize. Realistically, we're looking end of March, possibly?
At least probably the middle of April.
Okay. And then Arizona, the environmental side, did that took place in January, and that's when, right?
Correct.
That's when we had to be done, right, to satisfy that requirement?
Correct, for the underground
Okay.
storage tank.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 months at best. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Any more discussion? Okay, having a motion and a second, I'll call your vote for the possible action for our approval. Or in this case, it will be the cancellation of RFQ number 22-11-22. When I call your name, please specify your vote. Mr. Parks?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre?
No.
Ms. Bixler?
Nay.
Mr. Kenyon?
Aye.
I am also an aye. We'll show that approved 3 votes yes, 2 votes no.
And if I could, I'd like to explain my vote as to why I voted not
You
to
may.
cancel it. Given the time constraints that the district is under and the taxpayers are going to have to pay with a possible fine coming from the Department of Economic or Environmental, I can tell you, after 26 years of being in an industrial construction, 8 months, it's never going to happen. It's not going to happen. I look to the gentleman, my GCs, we may not agree on everything, but I think we can agree on this. This will be all on the 3 members that voted yes. For those of you who care about taxpayer money, thank you, Mr. Todd.
You're welcome. Item 6.7, possible action regarding the interim superintendent search process and steps to select consulting firm to conduct interim superintendent search and related matters.
I'll make a motion to approve Ray and Associates as the interim superintendent search firm that we use.
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second to approve Ray and Associates. When I call your name, please specify your vote.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I find it egregious that this is happening, knowing what's out in public record, that the board is willing to take a chance that other vendors are going to bring litigation against this district due to 2 board members who met in private and were not given that direction by this board. It doesn't matter for what amount it is. It matters that a meeting took place to seek a service. Members got caught. It's out in public. And hopefully the other 5 do not bring a lawsuit against this district, costing taxpayers more money and taking money away from children. And by the way, one last thing, this is an open meeting law violation.
I also have a comment here, Mr. President. For me, what made sense was we needed to get an interim superintendent into our building as soon as possible. Going with a national search firm would not do that. We needed something local, and we have 2 good candidates here that did give us bids for just the interim search. I think we should separate that out. I think we should do an interim, make sure that they know that they're not going to be a candidate for the long term. We get that person in the building as soon as possible by using local support, and then we do a long search nationally for a permanent superintendent. I think by going with Ray and Associates, which is, by the way, the most expensive one on here, they guarantee that you will not pay more than $24,500, which is $4,000 more than the next highest one. But if we do it by interim first and then a more long-term superintendent, we could spend the time that we need without spending all the money. There are other firms here that do have national searches that are not that expensive. I think this is a mistake.
And also, if I could comment one more thing, that I was part of the interim for the last superintendent before Dr. Schuff graced us and came here. And if I remember correctly, we had an interim in place within 3 weeks by not using a search firm. And actually, I think it was actually sooner than that. To Ms. Bixler's point, we used a local firm and they gave us somebody.
Members, if I may, I hear your concerns. I personally, as I looked at the responses, I don't think we could compare them all well, and I certainly do hear your desire. When we have a national search firm, we can still limit that. We will give them the limitations, but to be honest, I would prefer to hear from all of these vendors as a board so that we can make sure we're making the right decision. So I would not be opposed to having all 6 come in for an interview process and learn more a little bit about them. A bunch of photocopies in a book don't, with all respect to everybody on the board, it doesn't really suit my needs. And as we've questioned many other things, at this point we would just be taking some photocopies and making a decision. So my preference would be that we do all of them and even consider opening this up to have a few members of the public sit on this panel with us to help interview and score all of them. Now, the caveat to that is we need to move fast, so these people would have to be, if we open up additional screeners, to sit with us in the review process, which I expect to do in an open session, they would have to be available and have to work under the board's schedule and the schedule of those that are coming to present. But I would encourage that we look at that. And that gives us both local and national approach, and those national firms may have somebody local as well. I know there's some other districts who have used national firms, and they've ended up finding somebody local to do that job.
And
Districts.
I would like to speak to why I brought this one forth. I probably have some nasty bags under my eyes. I've been dealing with this stuff for a while and looking into these and making calls and trying to figure out what would be the best. This firm has actually represented Alhambra District, which most of you know is here in the Valley. And I reached out to some of their board members to just ask, what kind of experience they've had. And they said they've had nothing but great experience. They had a lot of diverse candidates come in from, some came in from Florida, some from Wisconsin, many from here in the state. They ended up getting a superintendent that was out of the Cartwright district. And they absolutely love her. I said, do they lean one side to the other side? Said no. They brought in every different option, and it seemed to be the perfect thing, that what we want for our district. That way the public can see. That way us as a board, we can evaluate those that are brought forth. And I was told, yes, they are a couple $1,000s more, but they felt it was very well worth it. The firm handled themselves very well, and it was a very quick process for them.
I just had a question. Mr. Kim, you stated that you contacted this vendor.
No, I have not.
You said you made
I stated I
calls.
contacted another board member of a different district.
What district?
Alhambra District. It's in your packet.
Alhambra?
Alhambra.
Oh, Alhambra.
Thank you. I was saying it wrong.
Alhambra District.
Alhambra. And it's actually in your materials you received as well.
In this one?
Yeah, in your packet.
Bid packet. It was in their bid.
So, okay. So, how is it in the bid packet if we weren't authorized? Because we just did the bid, we just did that last week, if I'm not mistaken. We've had a lot of these. So how did it make it into the bid packet?
Well,
it's not a bid packet. It's a yes. Reference. Thank you.
Okay, how did it make it into the references?
It's what was provided by the agency, by the company.
But again, you're making the reference.
It's in the first page, top paragraph.
So
they provided it.
But you said that you made calls.
Not to the companies. No. I let myself be out to everybody. I've reached out to everybody that anybody has an issue, they can contact me. I expect them to hopefully see that I'm doing my due diligence when I am making a decision, a district matter. So I don't just, I look into things.
One thing I did notice about Ray and Associates that did cause me concern, we had a number of the proposals that showed us who we would be working with. Their local associates, or they had some other name for it. And Ray and Associates only had 2. Out of all the ones that they listed, there were only 2 that were local here in Arizona. Whereas we have, well, there's one of them that has pretty much every single person that we would consult with, that we would work with, are local. I don't know, this does not seem like a good fit.
If I can add, personally, I took Arcadia off the list. So I also was looking at Ray and Associates as somebody who looked like a competent firm. This wasn't planned out. It was just one of my top three outside of Arcadia. I also concerned about just honestly taking too much time right now. We're losing a Dr. Schuff in a week. Mr. Nuttall's not going to be with us for 4 weeks. Those things come into mind. I'd like to expedite this as quickly as possible.
Members, we have a motion and a second to approve Ray and Associates. We've had discussion. If there's no more, our choices.
Also like to point out that the previous interim superintendent firm that we used was ASBA, and that brought us Dr. Runghau. And I'd also like to point out that there was a lot of support for Mr. Runghau in the community, and that what I'm hearing is we're more interested in making it, expedite it a little bit faster. That would be the fastest way.
Okay, members, I go back to, I think we should interview these. I don't know that statement would be correct, because any one of these potential respondents, or any of these respondents, potential bid winners, potentially have local people. So we're making assumptions that we don't know for sure. Also, the way this pricing matrix is worked out is one has a price for the interim search, and then the long-term search is included. We don't even know if we wanted to change what that would be. So again, I feel it's in our best interest to do the due diligence to interview each one of these organizations and find out what's really there. The other thing they talk about in a lot of this is plus expenses. I want to know what expenses are before I sign on a blank check that says expenses. So that's my feeling. With regards to a board member pointing out that one is more expensive than the other, not 5 minutes before you said that, Mr. Aguirre, you also said you get what you pay for. So I would just remind you that you can't pick and choose when you want to use that line and when you can't.
I'm going to add as well, when it comes to, yes, we do want to make a decision quick. We're on limited time with our administration, and there's some things that we really need to do as much as we can to support them right now. And talking about taxpayer dollars, I don't disagree with Mr. Todd. I would like to see every one of these come in and do interviews. The problem is that takes time. It takes a lot of time. And I don't think we have the luxury of time right now. And I'm not saying we push through to get some mediocre thing, but what I am saying is board members have had these packets and have been able to prepare themselves to the best of our ability for a number of days, and really we should be at the point where we want to do as good of a job as we can. If we decide to go the route of having interviews, we're gonna give more direction to legal, and legal's not cheap. Legal costs money. There's gonna be more things that fall into this, and it's gonna drag things out. I really want to do this as quick and seamless as possible, but still get the quality that we're looking for as a district.
Yeah, and are you finished? I'm sorry.
I'm done.
Stood on you. But also, let's keep in mind, this is interim. I think we need to spend our resources and time on who we're looking at permanently. I think that Mr. Todd has an absolute perfect point on this, but I would rather use that time as we're looking for a permanent superintendent.
And that's exactly my suggestion. We get our interim in place right now with some of the local. ASBA is fine with me. We get that done locally, then we have time. I don't know why we have to do this all. What we're talking about with Rain Associates is a permanent
No.
long-term superintendent.
No, it's not. It's interim.
No, it's not.
It is an interim.
Not if we approach it not to be one.
We are.
I mean,
That's
why
all
would
we're
we
approving.
spend this much money and have an intern? They're going to do a national search.
Well, they'll do what our direction is, Paul.
They aren't set up for local. They've got 2 local associates. We got people here that's got a dozen.
I'd also like to point out that I keep hearing time and we're up against it. I'd also like to point out that the board took action and put themselves and backed themselves into a corner on this. And now what I'm afraid of is that the board is going to rush it again. I have no further comments.
All right, members, hearing no further comments, we have a motion and a second to approve Ray and Associates as the search coordinator for an interim superintendent. When I call your name, please specify your vote. Board Member Parks?
Aye.
Board Member Aguirre?
No.
Board Member Bixler?
Nay.
Board Member Kenyon?
Aye.
I'm also a no. We will show that that failed 2 votes to the no, 3 votes to the yes.
Mr. President, I move that we contract with GR Recruiting for an interim superintendent and then later discuss the contracting with a term for a long-term, or with a firm for a long-term superintendent.
I have a motion to approve GR Recruiting for an interim, and then we'll reconsider down the road for a long-term search. But right now, this will be an interim search for GR Recruiting. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I will call for the vote. Board Member Parks?
No.
Board Member Aguirre?
No.
Board Member Bixler?
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon?
Aye.
I'm also a no. We'll show that that failed as well.
Let's try this one. I'll make a motion to invite all of the consulting firms to interview with the board.
I have a motion for us to interview all of the respondents. Do I have a second? I will second that. So with that, I will call for the vote.
What's the time frame?
We can specify that. Do you have a suggestion you'd like to include in that motion?
Is it in public? We're doing it in executive session.
I believe it should be in public, and I would like to include members of the community to be a part of it and take part in the scoring process.
And what does that look like?
I would suggest that each board member identify one person that they would like to have on the committee, and I would ask that we work together to get a cross-section of teachers, staff, and community member. We have a motion for that. We seconded it. I think we could probably clean up the motion a little bit if we need to do so. And
Do
then
we
we can
need to
call for
vote
the
on it
vote.
since we've had a second?
Yes.
I seconded it.
I know, but we have to vote on it.
We can vote on it and then bring it back with a cleaner until we get our rules changed up to allow amendments. Okay, all those in favor or opposed, when I call your name, specify your vote.
Point of clarity here.
Yes, sir.
What are we voting for?
Well, your motion was to approve actually No, your motion was to approve all 6 to come in and give presentations to the board.
Do we need to modify the motion?
We will need to, our rules of order don't allow for amendments.
Okay, that
So
was
we
just
will
my
need
question.
to,
I wanna
if you
make
want to
sure.
make the amendment to the suggestions I had, we would need to vote no and then bring it back up with a motion with the language in there to include the community teachers and staff.
Nay.
Okay, we're calling for the vote. Board Member Parks?
Nay.
Board Member Aguirre?
No.
Board Member Bixler?
Nay.
Board Member Kenyon?
No.
I'm also no. We'll show that failed 5-0. Members, I'll take another motion.
I'll give it a shot here. Mr. President, make a motion to invite all 6 consulting firms to interview with the board and include a selection process that includes community members, teachers, and create a committee that has a scoring system.
Okay, the motion is to invite all 6 in for an interview with the board, and are you suggesting each board member pick a community member or staff member?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so there'll be 5 additional people added to the board, or added to the board to review these. I'll take a second.
I'll second.
Okay, members, we have a motion and a second to invite all 6 firms in for a presentation. The board panel will consist of the board, and then each board member will select 1 member from the community to be a part of that process and scoring. The meetings, as I understand previously, and Mr. Parks, you can confirm, but I think we want that in open session as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. With that motion, we have a second, correct, Mr. Kenyon?
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Now I'll call for the vote. Mr. Parks?
Aye.
Board Member Aguirre?
No.
Board Member Bixler?
Nay.
Board Member Kenyon?
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We will show that passed 3 votes to 2. And we will move.
Can I explain why I voted no?
You may.
It's already been discussed about Dr. Schuff leaving in April, and that the additional responsibilities of where those would land. And by going through this process, we just increased the length of those responsibilities. That's why I voted no.
Thank you. Next up will be item 6.8, possible action to approve Elizabeth Strickler and Natasha Camp as temporary authorized signatories for the district.
Mr. President, I move that we approve Elizabeth Strickler and Natasha Camp as temporary authorized signatories for the district.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve Elizabeth Strickler and Natasha Camp as temporary authorized signers for the district. I call your name, please specify your vote.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Both Elizabeth Strickler and Natasha Camp, do they have superintendent certificates?
They do not. They're not required by state law.
Do we know everything that they can sign for, not having superintendent certificates?
My understanding in Arizona is you're not required to have a superintendent certification, so they can sign for everything. We could entertain legal counsel or Dr. Schuff to clarify. if
Including
that's
the
wrong.
audit?
Whoever is responsibility authorized by the governing board.
So there's no, the district's not being put in any legal situation, nor are Mrs. Strickler and Mrs. Camp being put in any type of legal situation by the governing board authorizing them to sign possibly things that they're not able to sign? I don't know if I'm saying that right. Without having a superintendent certificate.
Mr. Todd is correct that school boards do hire superintendents without superintendent certificates.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, hearing none, the motion and second is to approve Elizabeth Strickler and Natasha Camp as temporary authorized signatories for the district. Call your name, please specify your vote. Mr. Kenyon?
Aye.
Ms. Bixler?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre?
Yes.
Mr. Parks?
Aye.
I'm also yes. We'll show that approved 5 yes, 0 no. Next up is item 6.9, possible action to approve the authorization of the board president to communicate and collaborate as needed with the district's assistant superintendents, district's executive director of business services, and other district-level personnel pending the hiring of an interim superintendent.
Mr. President, I move that we approve the authorization of the board president to communicate and collaborate as needed with the district's assistant superintendent, district's executive director of business services, or other district-level personnel pending the hiring of an interim superintendent.
I'll second.
A motion and a second to approve the authorization of the board president to communicate and collaborate as needed with the district assistant superintendents, district's executive director of business services, or other district-level personnel pending the hiring of an interim superintendent. When I call your name, please specify your vote.
Are we going to discuss it at
You
all?
can discuss it if you'd like.
So I had a couple questions. To the one to the legal counsel. Is there another school district that's done this before? Authorize the president to communicate and collaborate as needed with the district's assistant superintendents, district's executive director of business services, or other district-level personnel pending the hiring of an interim superintendent.
I do not know of anybody that has, but I can think of no reason why they could not.
Okay, so no one has.
So, Ms. Lowbritt did say that this is common in districts. She works a little more with the school districts outside of procurement, and we need somebody that can communicate with the district from the board perspective to create agendas and do all that needs to happen.
I think
in the
that's been
absence.
happening without the superintendent now.
No, she's involved in putting the agendas together.
Is that true, Dr. Schaff?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
He just made a statement that you're involved with putting the agendas together. It's my understanding that legal counsel's been putting those together and communicating those to.
That part is it's yes. I have been on some agenda items, and many of the agenda items have been put together between the board president and legal counsel.
Okay, thank you.
And their part has been the legal language that's required.
What is the date this will end?
The hiring of an interim superintendent, that's when it ends.
Okay. In this new role, does the president have discipline authority?
I don't believe that that's specified in here.
Has the president undergone fingerprinting and background as is required by other district employees?
Through public safety, yes.
Through the district?
I have not through the district.
Can you name the communication and collaboration that is needed that is currently not being used?
I think that's a little bit language that allows for collaboration. If something comes up, you collaborate when you put together an agenda item. You collaborate if you're trying to solve problems. We've collaborated throughout this entire night as a board, and there are times where you would need to collaborate with staff to continue with moving the district forward. Otherwise, we're required to have a special meeting every time there's a single question that comes up.
So I believe that the collaboration usually takes place or has been taking place with legal counsel.
I would say that legal counsel has provided legal consult, but that's all they've done.
Well, in creating the agendas.
No, they have not created the agendas. They've provided the language that's necessary to keep us compliant.
Because the way I read this, Michael, is that you're going to be roaming the halls of this building.
That's
and that
not what this
you're
is
going to
about.
have the authority to tell people what their job is and what they can and can't do.
Mr. President, can we ask the question?
You may. The question's been called. So we'll go through the vote.
And so
Call your name.
there's,
Sir,
I
the
don't
question
believe
has
that
been called, so we must move
discussion is
forward.
over with, Mr. Todd.
When they call for the
Well,
question,
I know that this may
it's
be
over.
an uncomfortable question session that we have here and a discussion session.
we have
I don't
point of
think
order,
it's
please?
right that
Sir,
the tough questions this governing board, certain members of this governing board seem to be running from.
I don't believe anybody's running. The
So I
question
asked
has
some
been called.
questions, and I'm still waiting on answers on some of them.
We've given you the answer, sir.
Because what I'm afraid of
there is no
that
authority of the board president to go
by
roam the hallways.
authorizing this, that we're going to risk actually having district level employees leave. And has the board president been trained and signed off through HR of all the different nuances when it comes to employment with the district?
That can easily be accomplished if you would like that. That's
So
not
it hasn't been
ordinary. No, it hasn't been done for anybody.
And is there any compensation for the president?
There is no compensation. That's not part of the motion.
We heard legal counsel say that it hasn't been done. I've never heard of this being done. I think this is an overreach. I think that this is an overreach.
Excuse me, sir. Legal counsel is
by-
correcting your statement. Stop.
I think that this is
Mr.
an
Aguirre,
overreach.
legal
Call the
counsel is
question,
correcting.
please.
I think this is an overreach by this board, and I don't think that legally it's going to stand.
It will stand. It has happened
I
before,
think
sir.
what's happening is that the board
Mr. Aguirre,
is putting themselves
I'm going to call
up
for the vote.
for serious litigation here. And that's what makes
Board
me
member
nervous.
Parks, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board member Aguirre,
No.
board member Bixler,
Nay.
board member Kenyon.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We will show that approved 3 votes to 2.
Here you go.
Next
I'd
up,
like to explain my vote.
you may.
For some reason, some board members like to nitpick at every little thing. This is something we have to have as a board unless we want to come here every night of the week.
We've been doing it
No, we have not been doing it, Mr.
12
Lawyer.
times.
We need somebody in our board. We're delegating the president to do this. It's his job to touch bases with the necessary district and superintendent people that need to be talked to when we don't have Dr. Schuff here. We need that collaboration between the board and the district. We have to have somebody. So I'm voting yes.
Moving on to item 6.10. Possible action to approve the direction given to the governing board's attorney during executive session listed in item 6.1 above. To refresh the memory of everyone for 6.1, that was action to convene an executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431-03-A3 and 4 for discussion or consultation with the governing board's attorney and or to consider its position and possibly instruct its attorney regarding its position on procurement requirements and options regarding vendor selection for construction and other contacts. Members, given that the
Mr. President, there was no direction given.
there was correct. So I was just calling it out, and I was going to clarify that there is no direction given in that, so we can ultimately move forward past that. 6.11, possible action to approve the direction given to the governing board's attorney during the executive session listed as item 6.2. And again, I believe that there was no direction given in that. Is that correct?
I think you voted to have.
We did. Yep, that one's just, right.
Be doing anything to set up these interviews.
Right. So members, what probably needs to happen is we need to reconvene to executive session, if so chosen, to do that. We also need to identify our candidates of who we will pick. So I believe the motion would be to reconvene the same executive session to discuss that and give any direction to legal counsel.
Mr. President, I make a motion to reconvene the executive session on 6:11, listed as item 6.2.
No, it would be executive session 6.2, we're reconvening.
Yeah, that, I said.
I'm sorry, hang on. Yeah, 6.2.
Right, that's what I said.
Okay, can you just specify it so
Okay.
it's cleared up?
Mr. President, I make a motion to go into executive session to give possible action to approve the direction on item 6.2.
Okay, I have a motion to reconvene executive session 6.2 for discussion or consultation with the governing board's attorney and/or to consider its position and possibly instruct its attorney regarding its position on selecting and retaining a consulting firm to conduct interim superintendent search and related potential contract negotiations.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, I'll call your name, I'm sorry. First, Board Member Bixler, correction, Board Member Parks.
Aye.
Board Member Aguirre.
No.
Board Member Bixler.
Nay.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We will show that approved 3-2, and we will reconvene to executive session, item 6.2. Show that we are back in open session. Back to item 6.11. Possible action to approve the direction given to the governing board's attorney during the executive session listed as item 6.2.
Mr. President, I move that we approve the direction given to the governing board's attorney during the executive session listed as item 6.2.
I have a motion to approve the action and direction given to the governing board's attorney during the executive session listed as 6.2. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second for item 6.11. When I call your name, please specify your vote. Board Member Parks?
Aye.
Board Member Aguirre?
No.
Board Member Bixler?
Nay.
Board Member Kenyon?
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We will show that that approved. 3 votes yes, 2 votes no. Next on the agenda is item 6.12, possible action to approve the direction given to the governing board's attorney during the executive session listed as item 6.3 above. Take a motion if anybody has one.
Mr. President, I'll approve the direction given to the governing board's attorney during the executive session listed as item 6.3 above.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the direction given to the governing board's attorney during the executive session listed as item 6.3 above. I call your name, please specify your vote. Board Member Parks?
Aye.
Board Member Aguirre?
No.
Board Member Bixler?
Nay.
Board Member Kenyon?
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We will show that approved. 3 votes to 2. Next is item 6.13, discussion consideration to approve issuance of administrator contracts for fiscal year '24.
Mr. President, I move to approve the issuance of administrator contracts for year 24 as presented to the governing board tonight, with one exception that I move to table the issuance of contract communications director for 60 days.
I'll second that.
Okay, Athenia, can you please confirm that motion?
To approve issuance of administrative contractors for FY '24 move to, with the motion to move to table the communications director for 60 days.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve the issuance of administrator contracts for fiscal year '24 and to table the communications director contract for 60 days. Members, I will call your name. Please specify your vote. Board Member Parks?
Aye.
Board Member Aguirre?
Yes.
Board Member Bixler?
This is a tough one. I think our administrators should get their contracts. I don't think we should pull the other. I vote aye.
Board Member Kenyon?
Yes.
I'm also an aye. We will show that those approved 5-0, 5 yeses, 0 nos.
Can I just throw
You
something
may.
out there too? I believe this was the one that we heard a lot of discussion tonight from the public about, say, quote unquote, a witch hunt. I haven't heard any of that. I don't know where that comes from. All I've heard is good things about Mr. Bogart back there, and I had zero intent on not renewing his contract. So I don't know where that stuff is coming from. So if, and I make myself, I make myself available. I don't know that many of you in this room have ever reached out to me to ask me personally, but just, that's where I am.
I have one comment here. There was the original retirement had an ESI contract, which was the retire rehire program. There was some I had some questions as to the legality of dumping that and then moving to the next year. That's what the emails were about. And when it came up for a vote, I asked a number of times for clarity. I didn't get it. However, my other board members fixed the issue. So I apologize if that didn't come through clearly, but Mr. Bogart's a great principal. I had no intention of ever not renewing his contract.
Members, moving on to 6.14, discussion consideration to approve issuance of contracts for exempt support and related services for fiscal year 2024.
Mr. President, I move that we approve the issuance of contracts for exempt support and related services for fiscal year 2024.
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second to approve item 6.14, approve the issuance of contracts for exempt support and related services for fiscal year 2024. Call your name, please specify your vote. Board Member Parks?
Aye.
Board Member Aguirre?
Yes.
Board Member Bixler?
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon?
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We will show that approved, 5 yeses, 0 nos. Item 6.15, discussion consideration to approve priorities for administrative and/or instructional support programs for budgets for school year 2024.
I have a point of order.
Yes, sir.
Is this the one that Mr. Kenyon brought back?
I believe it is. Mr. Kenyon?
So, Mr. Kenyon stated he wanted to revisit the February 13th, item 6.6, agenda item for February 13th. Item 6.6 is possible action to approve the direction given to the governing board's attorney during executive session held on February 9th, 2023, which executive session was listed as 2.2 on the February 9th governing board agenda.
If you read the rest of what my recommendation was, I actually spelled it all out. So maybe I got the number wrong, but I said everything that the agenda item was.
Mr. Decker, do you see any problems with us moving on with that? There was a reference to an agenda item that was wrong, but the language is all correct in this.
Is there any confusion among the board in what we're talking about?
It's pretty clear here. I think the public and the board can understand what the discussion is about.
Thank you. And I appreciate a lot of the community and the staff coming tonight. I brought this back, and I know I upset some people by bringing it back. For those of you who have reached out to me, thank you. You've made me understand a little bit more, which I'm brand new in this. I can't be expected to know every little thing, but some things I need to know some more about it. And so I wanted to find out more in specific to the special ed coordination, I can't even speak, it's late tonight, thank you, coordination position. And that's really what I was looking at. I don't like voting on something, especially creating a brand new position, if I don't understand it, the reason why it's there, what's going on, because I have little things on both sides saying do this, and I want to vote and I want to make it my vote. And so I had reached out to a number of people, and some of you have responded to me, gave me some clarity. I've reached out to teachers who have given me good insight on what happens in the classroom, and I am thankful. I'm very grateful for those of you who have taken the time to educate a board member. It kind of saddens me that a number of staff, when I talked to them, thought that they would be in trouble for talking to me. That saddens me. How am I supposed to make a decision just being pulled one way or another, and I don't like that.
Mr. Kenyon, I'd caution you on open meeting.
Thank you, I appreciate
And the
that.
topic at hand.
This topic in particular, I did get a lot of my questions answered and a lot of the need that the district has. I do know last time we had spoken, the big concern was, and still is, staff reaching into the classroom, being in the classroom, being able to actually sit down with kids and help in the classrooms. That still is a concern. However, I do see that as our district is growing, that these 4 items brought before us again a lot of my questions has been answered by talking to people who are willing to talk. So thank you. And I'm willing to go ahead and vote for this again.
You can take a motion.
If anybody wants to speak, or else I'll make
Take
a
a
motion.
motion and a second, and then we'll have discussion.
Process, do we need to vote against it? We've already voted once?
It is on the agenda, so everybody has the option to vote differently if they wanted to. 'Cause it was
My
brought
only
back up.
concern is that the public wasn't notified properly on this agenda item, but I guess we don't
The
have to
agenda
worry-
item spells out exactly what
we
the
don't have to
motion
worry
is.
about that.
There is an action item.
As long as the board understands it, we don't have to worry about what the public understands.
Mr. Kenyon, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion. I do motion to approve the 4 positions, the HR specialist moving from level 4 to level 7, to eliminate the special ed instructional coach and add the special education coordinator, add an instructional coach at Blue Horizons, and the 2 full-time assistant principals.
Is that not 5 positions?
That's 4. Well, with the 2 principals, that I guess would be 5, but there's 4 points.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the positions listed in this agenda item. When I call your name, please specify your vote. Board Member Parks.
Aye.
Board Member Aguirre.
Present.
Board Member Bixler.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We will show that passes 4 votes yes, 0 votes no, and 1 present. Just for clarification, Mr. Aguirre, our rules of order do not, I believe, call for the ability to vote present. Do you wish to modify your vote?
We don't actually have rules of order.
We
have
actually do.
guidelines. I voted the way that I voted because number one, I am in support of it, but I can tell you right now that this is an open meeting law violation. It's very clear. This board approved meeting minutes in the consent agenda.
Mr. Aguirre, the vote, Athena, are you able to record a present vote in board docs? So,
It'll be covered in the meeting minutes.
Okay, item 6.16, discussion consideration to approve job descriptions for Director of Student Services, Special Education Coordinator, Accountant, Human Resource Specialist, and revised organizational chart.
Mr. President, I move that we approve the job descriptions for Director of Student Services, Special Education Coordinator, Accountant, Human Resources Specialist, and the revised organizational chart.
Have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve job descriptions for Director of Student Services, Special Education Coordinator, Accountant, Human Resources Specialist, and revised organizational chart. Members, when I call your name, please specify your vote. Board Member Parks.
Aye.
Board Member Aguirre.
Yes.
Board Member Bixler.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We'll show that pass 5 votes yes, 0 votes no. Our next agenda item is 6.17, discussion consideration to approve increase in guest teacher rates of pay for school year 2023-2024.
Mr. President, I move that we approve the increase in guest teacher rates and pay for school year 2023 and 24.
Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second
I
to.
do have a question.
Let's finish this and then we'll go to discussion and question. I just want to specify the motion. The motion was to approve item 6.17, discussion consideration to approve increase in guest teacher pay rates of pay for school year 2023-2024. Mr. Bixler, you had a question.
Yes, Dr. Suffolk, with this increase, where does that put us in competition with everybody else right now?
we would have to come back and provide that information. I don't have that
Okay.
readily available. My apologies.
Yeah, I'm assuming it would get us close, if not
I
above.
can check HR team. Do you have that information readily available? Should we just put that in the board update?
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, members, we have a motion, a second for 6.17 to approve increase in guest teacher pay rates of pay for 2023-2024 school year. When I call your name, please specify your vote. Board Member Parks.
Aye.
Board Member Aguirre.
Yes.
Board Member Bixler.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Will show that approved. 5 votes yes, 0 votes no. Our next item is 6.18, discussion consideration to approve revised fiscal year 2024 office manager, fiscal year 2024 psychologist, fiscal year 24 related services, and fiscal year 24 preschool teacher work calendars.
Mr. President, I move that we approve the revised fiscal year 24 office manager, fiscal year 24 psychologist, fiscal year 24 related services, and fiscal year preschool teacher work calendar.
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second to approve the fiscal year 24 office manager, psychologist, related services, and preschool teacher work calendars. Call your name, please specify your vote. Board Member Parks.
Aye.
Board Member Aguirre.
Yes.
Board Member Bixler.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We will show that approved. 5 votes yes, 0 votes no. Item 6.19, discussion consideration to remove the limit of $1,500 maximum compensation for above class max and or above caseload.
Make a motion to approve the removal of $1,500 limit for maximum compensation for above class max and or above caseload.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to remove the limit of $1,500 maximum compensation for above class max and or above caseload. Call your name, please specify your vote. Board Member Parks.
Aye.
Board Member Aguirre.
Yes.
Board Member Bixler.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We will show that approved. 5 votes yes, 0 votes no. Next up will be governing board comments on agenda topics or recommended agenda topic additions.
Mr. President, I received an email from, I believe it's Bethany Dramey, about a Nathan in Scarborough and the bullying incidents that are happening. I'd like to better understand what is being and what action is taken to resolve this.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah, I'd like to have an agenda topic, specifically talking about Michael Todd's resignation and that which he handed to Brian Parks, as stated in an email.
Okay. Anything else? Members, we have an upcoming boarding meetings, March 13th, March 27th, and April 10th. We also have some that were discussed in executive session that will be noticed publicly as well. Does anybody have any conflicts with any of these? Okay, hearing none. Our final item on the agenda is the adjournment of the meeting.
Mr. President, I make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Have a motion to adjourn the meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. When I call your name, specify your vote. Board Member Parks.
Aye.
Board Member Aguirre.
Yes.
Board Member Bixler.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Will show that approved. 5 yes, 0 no votes. The meeting is adjourned.